I do this? Good, it's on. There we go. How do I do that? Grab that. All right. I'm going to start today by just working on the map, working on a map and finishing it. And then we're going to progress today into getting through my backlog of tasks of lots of small but important balance changes. So yeah, the unit rework looks good. Can't wait for the free army. Any idea on the 3 compositions? Oh, that's true. I do need to post those somewhere. Do I have a picture anywhere that shows my ideas for them? I think this one is it. This is an early concept. The idea would be that this isn't balanced fully yet, but the idea would be that the HRE gets combat effectiveness for each unique regiment that you have in your army. So the more diverse units you field, the better they perform, which I think HRE units are going to be really bad stat-wise. So this will kind of, I guess your potential between, like, let's say a really excellent quality on the right and really weak on the left, like French Royal recruits, is that the HRE would be like down there. And then if you play into that combat effectiveness buff, you can actually take them over here eventually. So you can become quite powerful with them, but you'll probably start pretty weak and then rely on forming a diverse, unique army. So that's their national bonus that they play into. But they get less recruitment options, which makes it actually a little harder to play into that, which I think is kind of cool because you have to be very deliberate and careful and know which towns have what, and I think that's neat. It's also somewhat immersive because it's a bunch of different German states that are just fielding whatever they can, and so you're kind of stopping by each principality, all the different towns, and trying to pick up who you can assemble. The first army composition is called the Christ Contingent, and they have the Imperial Register, which means that the first recruit tier unit you purchase at settlements are always free, the first one you get. And that's very good. That might be overpowered. I don't know. Maybe it has to be like 50% off. I'm not sure. But the other thing is the recruitment options are -2. So that means you might not find a recruit. So if you don't find a recruit, you don't get one for free. And so there is no bonus at that point. So I think that is something that you'd have to consider. And then also in Act 2 and 3, you're not even buying recruits. So this kind of falls off. It's more of an early game push that you get. But if you can play into it well, you can start building off of that combat effectiveness by trying to muster up those free recruits. I kind of want to make the player feel like they're doing like a medieval levy, like levying all the principalities and everything, and then just trying to form that standing army quickly. The second composition is the Saxons, and they play a bit taller. They gain manpower while drilling, but there's like no manpower to be found at settlements. So the idea would be that your army is in exile. The Saxons are in exile in Poland trying to muster their men who are deserting from the Prussian. The Prussians basically force conscripted so many Saxons that they formed an entire Saxon division of regiments, but they all deserted, and they all escaped back into Poland and reformed their army. So you're going to be camping out in the countryside, drilling, and then mustering that manpower back, and you're simultaneously gaining experience as you're gaining manpower. So anytime you fight a battle, you kind of have to pull off the side of the road and hide out, and then replenish that manpower. But when you go to a town, there's like no one there because you're under occupation, basically. So that's the idea there. And they get 2 brigades. So this is the more like regular-sized army that you can play into. Whereas the initial composition gets like 1 of every unit, which by the way helps out with this. You start off with +4% combat effectiveness because you have a recruit, a musketeer, a lamellits, and a cavalry. So you have 1 of like each there. And then the 3rd brigade, this is my favorite. I think you guys will love this. This is the auxiliary corps with the armed estates. Gain a random regiment, any random regiment, for free the first time you enter a city. So you get anything. You don't know what it's going to be. But barracks at settlements only contain recruits. So early game, you're picking up units quickly. You are only recruiting recruits anyways. By late game, you really got to be careful and find the cities and really lean into those and get as many free units as you can. It's kind of like a gambling theme. But the thing is, you can't buy any units you want. And on top of that, look, there's less units to recruit from. So what, you get like 2 recruit tier units late game to buy. So if you don't find the right stuff, let's say the RNG keeps giving you cavalry, or it keeps giving you a recruit, which it could give you anything. You could get screwed by it, or you could get real lucky and get like a grenadier. So this is all about gambling. I think the icon for it is going to be like an HRE set of dice, and I think that'll be fun. So yeah, this whole thing is like a gambling theme. You know, it's like the first recruit is free, so you're just hoping you get a recruit unit, and you get these random regiments. You're hoping that you get those, and anytime you get a barracks, you want to get unique regiments. You're hoping you get different regiments every time, and you get less options. So it's more of a high stakes. Like, am I gonna get the right thing? So the whole idea of the HRE is like a gambling theme. The only thing that breaks the mold of the gambling are the Saxons. Because if you don't like gambling and you don't like RNG and you want a really consistent playing tall quality experience, then you can play Saxons. So I made sure that that's in there for those players who want that. By the way, for those people who wanted Bavarians, this auxiliary corps is going to start with Württemberg, Bavarian, and Palatinate. And so this is my early concept so far. But this is not done yet. This is just me kind of brainstorming so far. But yeah, for now, I just want to finish up a map that I was working on. And then we're going to go over to some balancing changes and stuff like that. But I think it'll be pretty fun. I think the auxiliary corps sounds the most fun, of just getting a completely random unit anytime you go to a city. There is also kind of a hidden mechanic where if you roll a region to campaign in that was historically populated, I do actually manually set the amount of cities that you can find higher in populated areas. So if you do go to Brandenburg, there are more cities than if you went to like Bavaria, for example. So if you do play with that composition, you may even just look into those details of making sure you send your army to more highly populated areas. That's just a small little mechanic. It's very minor, but it does exist. There's like little details like that put in here and there. So this is a new map I'm working on, and it's more forest based. It's a very small creek. And what I'm going to do first is we're going to line that creek with trees. And with these trees, sometimes I like to just really make them almost overgrown with trees like this, because I don't want the rivers to be seen as major terrain features. I kind of, you know, if you're hiking and there's just like, it's kind of a wooded area and you can kind of just step across on top of the stones. You can just cross it really quickly. That's kind of what I envision this little creek is. So I wouldn't even I'm not even going to tag this map as a river map. So this won't necessarily be in the spawn pool if you fight on a river, but it will be tagged with almost, I think I'm just going to tag it as forest almost exclusively. So this will be prioritized if you're fighting directly in a forest. That's kind of been the theme with a lot of the new maps I've been making, is like I'm just trying to make a lot of maps specific to certain locations, which, by the way, slight issue here, as you can see. This river just needs to be a little bit wider. There we go. Cool map. Love the game. Glad you're liking it, man. Glad you have fun. During the endless mode, will towns recover? They won't recover, but endless just means you'll have infinite regions to go to. So you'll still eventually have to leave the region, but you can just keep going to new regions over and over again. The only thing is, the enemies eventually are going to stop being much of a challenge, because they're all, you know, I can't eventually make it so they're just 100% all lifeguards or something like that, you know? I could probably design them a little bit harder, but I think what I'd probably do is I probably wouldn't even make them have different army compositions. I would just give them higher veterancy and almost all decked out with the best items. And then that's pretty much it from every subsequent region. And then what we could do is we could make it so anytime you finish a region in the infinite mode, it will offer, just like how it offers you a doctrine, it will offer you a negative doctrine to take. Optionally, you could even hit the skip button or the reroll, which, by the way, we're going to work on a reroll button eventually. That's what I'm referring to there, but I don't know when the reroll button is coming, but it will come. But yeah, so you could decide to keep stacking negative modifiers over and over and over again. Even when you already have applied, can get double applied, or you can skip. So this way you can determine how much more challenge you want between each subsequent region in the infinite mode. Look how much better that makes that river look with the trees that line it. Isn't that better? And then you want to do the same thing to roads. Now the roads, you can go a little more sparse like this. You also don't want to like lag the game with like 3 billion trees. So we don't want to do that on everything. But I do like to make the rivers have a decent amount. By the way, with the modding update, you guys should get access to this. The only thing is I need to build like a tutorial on how to use this. And it may not, that tutorial may not be done in time for the mod launching, or the modding tools launching. So we'll see. But yeah, you guys will get access to the map editor. And people who know how to mod will be able to make some pretty cool stuff. We don't have modding tools that are super accessible. Like if you've never made a mod before, it'd probably be maybe a little confusing. But if you do know how to mod, we are launching with modding tools with Steam Workshop. with improved modding tools based on what we have currently. And you can basically do anything with the modding tools. Like if you want to add new units or new nations or new, I don't know, whatever new items, you can do all of it. You can just add more nations too. It's not even that you're replacing existing ones. You can add more. So if you want to have the campaign map full of 10 nations, and it's probably possible to replace the map of Europe. So if you wanted to like, I don't know, set it in India and just make a bunch of nations there or something like that, I suppose that's possible. I mean, I don't fully know yet because people haven't gotten their hands on the tools, so maybe people will find it too convoluted or too much effort to do these things. So I don't want to overpromise that people are going to do that, but at least the tools should be there so that all of that is theoretically possible. And if you want to rework all my unit trees or redo all my uniforms or anything like that, that's all possible too. And we're working on getting support in for like editing the models. So if you want to add like Shakos in and make them all Napoleonic, you can do that too. Because the map editor will be public to you guys as well, you could take all my maps and use this terrain tool and add on a horizontal extension and even vertical. You can look how big you can make the maps. You can make these gigantic size maps, and then you could probably go into the files and change the unit sizes to be 1-to-1 scale and have a 1-to-1 scale battle where every soldier represents one of the 1,400 men, part of his regiment. And then the maps could be giant, like 1-to-1 scale as well. And then you can just make these huge battles. Now, I don't know how they'll run. I don't know how the performance will be and so on. But I suppose if that's something that you'd want, someone could try that. I'm sure someone's going to make a mod that does that. You can't continue to play with your army after Region 3. Right now in the current game, you cannot, but we're going to change that to add an infinite mode where you can continue playing with that army beyond Region 3. We just don't have that support in just yet. So you'll just have to be patient. But in the next 3 months, we plan on having that added to the game, as well as a new nation, which is the Holy Roman Empire. And all of that is free. I'm not going to charge you for anything. So if it's a new unit or a new nation or the modding tools or whatever is on that list, everything on that roadmap that we put out, you can find it on Steam and on our Discord. All of that is free. That doesn't mean we won't have paid DLC in the future, but it does mean for the rest of this year, everything is free, and we're just making sure we give you guys as much support as possible. And this way, it alleviates a little bit of pressure from us, because I think if we have to fix and change everything, and there's only 3 of us, we'll do it. It's just going to take us a while. But if somebody gets impatient and they're like, hey, I want to rebalance this one part of the game that I don't like, then a modder can do that. And if he does a good job on it, people will use it. And if we like it too, we could even ask to integrate that into the game if that person did such a good job. So that'd be pretty cool, I think. Any new things you came up with now, you Tuft, that should be good for the game? I'm not sure what you mean, Raul. What do you mean by that? Okay, so we're going to add the rest of these trees here. What's my expectations for the modding? I don't really have any expectations, but I do know a lot is possible. I would love to see someone make a new nation. That's what I would be most excited to see. I would love to see someone make the United States. I don't really care if someone's add Sweden, because we'll probably add Sweden next year. So if someone makes it, we're gonna make it too, so I don't need to see that. But I'm probably never going to make a United States, because the game's not even set in that time period. But if somebody did make a United States, I think that'd be very cool to see. I'm pretty happy with this. I think I'm ready to do the texture painting, honestly. Do I need to do anything else? Not really. Yeah, I can do textures. What if I made this map a little bit lighter? I mean, I like the woodland theme. I could make it a little darker, actually. What if we made like the base texture of this map? Let me just get all my textures in. I think that's all my textures. And then I'll want that for the hills. But yeah, what if like the base texture was like this, since it's more of a woodland map? I was going to do a lighter grass, but I feel like woodland, I want like dark and deep green. You know what I mean? So the next map I make after this could be like open plains with like a very light green grass, like a pale green. We could do that. Could I make a city map that looks like Berlin? I don't think so, because I don't have the assets to do that. And I don't know if it'd necessarily be fun for this game. That might be out of the scope. But yeah, I want to turn the base color a dark green. And then the regular green color we'll do in patches. And I usually do the opposite. I usually make the base color regular green, and then I do patches of dark green. But I'm just going to invert that for this map, just so it has more of a woodland theme. It just feels different, I guess. Thanks for putting the game as a demo. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have bought it and have 50 hours. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I want to get the demo back up. The reason we took it down, first, is that people were cracking the demo and just getting access to the full game. And in order to make the demo like more of a long-term thing, we need to just dedicate more time to making that not possible, I guess. And the second thing is we just couldn't keep updating the demo, and people were complaining about features in the game that had already been fixed, but we just couldn't. You know, if you update the demo, you have to make a brand new build every single time, so you're maintaining 2 separate games at the same time. So I think maybe at the end of the year, when the work kind of calms down a little bit, we can probably get another demo back up. Okay, so that is our kind of woodland theme here, which is really cool. And then what do I want to do? I want to do this for our forests and make them even darker, like that. And so we're texture painting these. This is where the whole map comes alive, when you get to do the texture painting and you really start to break up the pattern. Because you can see the repetitions in the texture, but we're going to break all that up. I think that'll be nice. Will this map be all forest? Well, I actually finished the map, so what you see as forest is going to stay as forest, but what is not forest won't be. So it's mostly forest. You can see it's like got big chunks of it. The thing is, Europe does not look like North America. So if you guys are mostly from the United States, you would expect the forest to be a lot denser, but every time I kind of lean on doing that, I get yelled at by the Europeans that that's not accurate. So maybe this map is a good compromise. You know, it is mostly forested, but it's not so forested that it doesn't look, you know, if the whole map is covered in trees, first of all, it's probably not going to be fun to play on if the whole map's covered in trees, because everybody's going to be slow and inaccurate. And I don't really like maps that just bog you down massively. But also, it probably just wouldn't feel like it's a main battleground in Europe. You know, no commander would take their men out into the most rural parts of Europe. Like someone said in Sweden, like going to northern Sweden to go fight their battle. Not as accurate, I think. But yeah. Any plans for the Indian front? You know what, guys? I think you might hate me for this, okay? I don't think we are going to ever really expand on the map, really. Like, I don't think we'll expand to add Spain and America and those. I just don't know if mechanically the game really works with that. I could be wrong. Maybe next year I'll feel different. I could totally have a change of heart next year and want to go ahead and put that in. I don't know. But as of now, I just don't know if it fits the scope. Because it's a little harder. It's not like a drag and drop where you just like add a new continent in. Especially because of like the mission system. It doesn't really work quite as well with that. But the modding tools are good enough, in my opinion, that someone could theoretically change the theater. And I'd probably leave that up to modders. Because I just don't have a clear idea yet. Maybe that'll change, right? I could change my thoughts on that. But I don't have a clear idea yet on how I would want to do that. Here, let's paint that there. Just painting these hills so they're brighter. But yeah, if you were to, as Dennis is saying, Native American troops with dress and appearance, everything, if you were to do that, that's basically a new game at that point. Like that, the amount of development time that would take to like, we're going to do like bow and arrow projectiles and war paint systems and redo the whole customization system to fit with native troops. Something is a little bit difficult about that, which makes it just, at that point, it's kind of a new game, you know? Not everything can just be deal. I'm not Paradox Interactive sized, where we can just like build out and redo all the mechanics from scratch and just overhaul the whole game with this infinite budget. So at some point you have to figure out like what the true limitations are. Now, if it's things like adding new units or improving existing mechanics and adding more content, like adding more doctrines and skills and things like that. You know, those things are fairly straightforward to do. But yeah, like as Raul is suggesting, can you do it where you have more than one army? That's just such a new mechanic. Like, if you have to like really start thinking about the logistics, right? We built the whole camp system. The game took us 2 years to make. We built that camp system that you have where you manage your one army. Imagine you have 2 armies to manage, and you have to select between them, and then you have different officers between them. And then do you have different mana pools, and do you have to connect them logistically differently? How does the AI prioritize different armies? What happens when you're not controlling one army? Does it control itself? How does it control itself? What happens if both armies get engaged in a battle? Do you get to choose which ones to fight? Do you now need to build an auto-resolve system? What happens if the auto-resolve system isn't very balanced? What if players don't like the auto-resolve system, and it ends up making it so you have more casualties than you should? What happens if the auto-resolve system's too good, and then you're relying on auto-resolve when you shouldn't be, and you're missing part of the game? And then you could just keep... You know what I mean? Like, at that point, certain things are foundational, where from the very onset of the game, you have to say, all right, for this game, the player is controlling 2 different armies. That is the foundation that this game is built upon. How do you create mechanics around that idea to make that fun? But if you built the game around the idea of leading one army, as we have, and the foundations were not built for that, then it would be tacked on, and it probably wouldn't be fun. And if it's not fun and it's tacked on, that's a problem to me. So it's gotta like work with the existing game system and be fun. That's like the most important thing. So yeah, I would say for the most part, like, I'm not a DLC guy where I think we should be nickel and diming you guys and making 1,000 DLCs that you guys need to keep purchasing for the game to like be fleshed out. I would rather just make a new game, which there's pros and cons to that, right? Because obviously DLCs are nice because they can keep the existing game alive. But also, I don't want this game, I don't want players to load up the page and there's 15 DLC and we don't make a new game for 10 years because all we're doing is just mass churning out DLC. So there's certain things that are foundational where we need to build something new. But that's also why we want to give you guys good modding tools. So if there is something you really want out of this game, people can mod that in. But yeah, that is not to say we can't add more onto this. I of course, want to keep adding more. And the game was successful enough to warrant adding on more content and adding on DLC. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, I think we're in a time now where the sky's the limit. We can kind of go any direction we want to. Like, do we want to make a bunch of DLC? Do we want to move on to the next game? Do we want to do both? And how do we want to achieve that? And what's our timeline look like? And so that's kind of where I'm at the moment, where I'm just trying to figure out, we put out that roadmap for now, and that's what I want to stick to. And I want to finish that roadmap, see where we're at, and then move from there and just keep moving nice and slowly and just be smart about things. Why do I feel like I'm missing a farm texture? Is this all of them? I guess I could do this one. Yeah, I'm just building out these farms now. And then once I finish this map, which I will in probably an hour, we'll work on some balance changes and stuff. Has the launch of EU5 disrupted your sales at all? I don't think so. I'm sure, I am sure that if I had launched the game in like January, I probably would have done a little better because I wouldn't be competing with... I ended up competing with a lot of games. But to be honest, we were doing so bad financially that we were like... I had not been paid for the whole duration of the game, and we were even skipping pay for the developers for a month because we were just completely out. And so I couldn't push it back any further. I mean, the game was actually supposed to be done, believe it or not, in January of this year. So we were 11 months or 10 months late, which is kind of crazy. So we had to just get it out. So I'm glad we didn't push it back. And now we're all caught up and everybody's been paid out, and we're in a much better spot. But we were in a really difficult position where if the game didn't perform, I was pretty much ready to close down the whole studio. And yeah, I don't mind if other games took from our sales or whatever. All I care about is that we were successful. We made it. We did it. We got the sales we needed. Everyone was happy, or most people were happy, and it was successful, and I can breathe a sigh of relief. So you were saying Q1 of 2025 back in 2024. Yeah, exactly. Maybe next game you could go full Total War. Yeah, I think that's a difficult thing. Like, do you envision this game having a major component of nation leadership, or do you manage the game, or do you imagine the game doubling down on its focus on leading an army and building mechanics around that? That is also a fundamental question I've been asking myself, that I don't want to rush that decision, but we could go in the next game, we could go the direction of focusing more on leading the nation, or focusing even more on leading the army. And I have a feeling that leading the army is probably still going to be what makes Master of Command unique. Like, you'd want to make sure that if Total War came out at the end of this year, which they will, they're going to make an announcement on what their next historical game is. You want to make sure that Master of Command, no matter what Total War announces, Master of Command still has a purpose of what it is. So I think that at the end of the day, the nation management is probably what makes the game most unique. And that's probably what the main focus should be. And then if there were nation leading mechanics, it'd probably be more of a background in some way. But I just don't know yet. I'd have to think on it more, because you might be right. Maybe people do want the nation leadership stuff more than they'd want more army management. I don't know. There's a way we could do both. I'm not sure, though. So it's just something I'd have to think about. And I'd also just want to know what you guys would want, because I also don't want to make a game that you guys don't want to play. So if everybody here in my audience and on Steam, gosh, I'm talking so much and I got to drink water. Sorry, my throat hurts a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we do next. I know a lot of you guys should look at what you all are writing. I see people saying, oh, you need to add a co-op mode, and you need to add a skirmish mode where you can design an army and then fight battles, and then you need to design a new campaign mode, and you need to design this and that. I think you have to like rein it in and really make sure. We can't do everything, right? So we have to, like, someone even said you need to add flag bearers and everything. And I think that's true for the next game. But if you could imagine, like, if I were to add that in, it would come at the cost of other things, right? So let's say instead of modding tools, we added a drummer. Would that be worth it for you guys? Which, I don't know about you, but when I play, I rarely zoom in that far. But it would also kind of suck, like, if you didn't get the modding because we added a drummer. Like, you have to make sacrifices like that. I know that sounds kind of like a dumb example, but it's true. So you have to really prioritize. You have to figure out what is a priority and what's not, because the bad game developers will promise that we'll do everything, and they're just going to do whatever and just hope it all works out, and they're just jumping between a million things. But I think in order to be successful, you have to really make sure you're prioritizing what should be done and what most players are going to get the most fun out of, because everything comes at an opportunity cost. If you make something that comes at the cost of the time that you could have put somewhere else. So that's always something to consider. I definitely don't want a Total War global style map. I don't think there's too much changing the structure. Maybe overarching national mechanics. I was honest thinking if you made a game based on how you'd make your videos, cutscenes. I think the issue, Bavarian, is most people do not like having a bunch of cutscenes and playing a linear narrative campaign. I think a lot of people like sandboxes, and for me, I think that's the direction I want to head. Like, if I made another game, I may not even have any narrative campaign with any scenes, because I just don't think people really even played it, and it cost a lot of money to make it. So it's like a high investment with a low return. But an infinitely replayable sandbox campaign, you know, that's like that to me is probably worth that time and effort. If I only got to choose one, let's say. I think the strategy map should have more going on, more patrols and stuff, like the enemy. Yeah, that'd be a whole new game. Yeah, exactly. Veteran options for the sub-state troops. I agree. Are you concerned there might be calls for similar veteran options? Kenneth, I agree, and I actually wanted to go on the stream today and look at the unit tree and maybe expand these out to all have a veteran option on the side and make this a grenadier option. Because I'm imposing this artificial limit that every nation must have 28 units, But why do we have to do that? We don't have to do that artificial limit. So we could do anything we want. If we want to make a nation have 26 and the next one has 30, we could do that. So I think what I'll do after I finish the map is I'll review my unit trees and see if we want to pad out any additional units, because I'd rather do it once and just make the unit trees feel really substantial and fun rather than having to go back every few months and revise them. That's just my opinion. I'm going to be right back. I just have to pee, so I'll be 2 seconds. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. What's the whole unique flavor of the HRE? Mr. Pawnflakes, we discussed the HRE actually at the very beginning of the stream, so I would rewind, and we actually went through the whole thing. Yeah. But yeah, I also would say, in terms of like what we would do next, I think it's between doing a smaller focus, like on one war, again, kind of like this game, and just getting our battle mechanics and graphics up to higher standards. Or it would be to be more ambitious. And the ultimate dream and vision for us is to basically have, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but what I've wanted to do is have like a Mount and Blade style campaign where you're a character on the map, but have our Master of Command style battles and improve the graphics, you know, really make it 3D and everything. And kind of make it more of like lean into some of the RPG stuff and like questing and things like that. I use questing loosely. I just mean like you've got like tasks and things to do. And I think the role of the player would be to be a general and rise up the ranks. And potentially what I think could be cool, which could scratch the itch of nation leadership, is maybe instead of being an omnipotent leader, an omnipotent lord, or king, where you just control the whole nation, maybe there is some way where if you were a lord, you know, most generals were lords. Most generals were nobility. They were not random guys, random peasants. So you would probably be playing as a lord, right? Someone mentioned Barry Lyndon. You probably wouldn't be Barry Lyndon because that guy had no actual background as a nobility. And in that way, the player could like maybe even choose to invest in their local area. Like maybe you could have a couple towns under your control and you could invest in them and make the recruitment better and have some kind of like attachment to the area that you are in charge of. And then that could be the initial scope You know, we don't want to be too ambitious. If I were to pitch to you guys, oh, a game where it's Empire 2 and it has everything and it has naval battles and you can lead a nation and you can do it, obviously that sounds great, right? But why, you know, you don't want to be over ambitious. And so the idea could be that that's the initial scope, and then that has a solid foundation. Now imagine a DLC where you use that same mechanic where you're a lord, but what if a lord is what if a lord led more than just his estate? What if the lord was in charge of the nation? So now you are playing as the king. And also there are kings, even in the 1700s, let's say we did the 1700s again, there are kings who led their armies in battle. Like in the War of the Polish Succession, there was an Italian king of Piedmont, I think, who led his men into battle. Even Napoleon, who was the administrator and leader and emperor of France, led his men into battle. Gustavus Adolphus, who's one of the most famous generals, was also the leader of his nation. Frederick the Great was the administrator, but also the general of his nation. So I think it would be interesting if, like, the foundation of the game was like the game just focuses on, let's say you could be the highest lord or like maybe a king or something like that. And then this is like the lowest level basic officer. And then this is like a lord who has like a little estate, but he's also a general. And maybe the launch of the game is just this segment there. So your progression, your gameplay loop is a low-level officer becoming a higher-level lord and having influence over the affairs of the nation's like military strategy and leading a big army and maybe even issuing orders. But you don't lead a nation yet. You know, don't be overambitious. And then through DLC and expansions, look at this. Look where you could go. You just take those lord mechanics and you just expand on them, and now you have more of an impact in the diplomacy and more, you know what I mean? So, but you're essentially always a character. You're always a character on the map. And the scope is not bad here. Like, we could do this. We could make a game where it's just focused on this and be smart about it. Don't promise players, we're going to give you, it's the Empire 2 experience where you're a king or a general or anything and we'll do you know, don't do that. You know, really hone in on what the core gameplay loop is in this fantasy, and you can go anywhere, do anything. And the cool thing is you can kind of go off the rails. If a player wanted to go off the rails here and take this whole lord thing away from being tied to a nation, they could be a lord of their own. You could even be like a mercenary or take over your own little principality or something like that, maybe. I haven't given it much thought, and I have not really drafted up any design details about a sequel or anything, so I can't really give you guys information on how we would do this or when this would happen or whatever. But it's just a fun thing I've thought about. And the only other thing I would have to think is like what time period I would set that in. And I know this sounds kind of anticlimactic, but I would kind of want to set it in the same time period. I'd kind of want it in the 1700s again. I don't really like, Pike and Shot is cool, but I don't want to make a game in that right now, because mechanically if you were to do Pike and Shot, you have to build a medieval game that has excellent melee mechanics and a gunpowder game that has excellent linear warfare. You have to do both, which is really, really hard to do. I mean, that's incredibly difficult. And so now you risk the whole game being bad and being overambitious. That's also why a lot of games, not only is it not very popular time period, but it's really hard. So I think that's probably something I wouldn't do for my next game, because, again, you want to be smart. But I think you could do it in that time period. You could even go Napoleonic, but something about the Napoleonic Wars, to me, I don't know how you guys feel about that idea I just described, does not feel as sandboxy, because the Napoleonic Wars, I view the Napoleonic Wars as like World War II, where I like the Napoleonic Wars because it is a set story. World War II is a set story. The Germans are never the good guys in World War II. They're like, you have your alliances, you have your weapons, you have everything the way it has to be. Like, if I play a World War II game and I have Polish soldiers using Chinese weapons, you know, I don't like that. I want to play a World War II game. It's a World War II game, right? So if you were to do this and it was like open-ended sandbox, well, it's not very open-ended. Like, Napoleon will do his thing. He'll always do it the same way. And Napoleon either wins or he loses. And then that's the outcome of the game. And at that point, it's somewhat against the spirit of you telling your story as a general, and you get to rise up the ranks or do whatever you want. And you could still do that in the Napoleonic Wars, but like, I would almost rather the game be set in the revolutionary period of like the 1770s leading into the Napoleonic Wars, where you could be a revolutionary figure, or the revolution happens somewhere else, or, you know what I mean? Like, I like the ability for things to happen differently each time you play. In the same way that in Victoria 2, in Victoria too, World War I doesn't happen the same way every time. Like the crises happen all across the globe in different ways. That's the fun of that game. So I think if it were that, it'd be fun to do it revolutionary themed. And the other cool thing about the revolutionary theme is George Washington was a general who, guess what, became the president. That's interesting. So what, you could be, the player could be a general who becomes the whole leader of a nation. You could have the George Washington fantasy of rising up the ranks and doing exactly what he did. So that's kind of cool. And what if the revolution didn't happen? And what if, like, and it's not the matter of the Napoleonic Wars where it's like, what if Napoleon didn't win? If you set it in like the 1770s into the revolutions, you would be like, well, what if the revolution happened somewhere else? Or what if it failed? And what if the revolution happened here or there? Or what if there was no revolution? Like, you would just have more, I think, more sandbox potential. And to me, I think the most appealing thing about the idea that I've been drawn to is the sandbox thing, where your story kind of unfolds in its own direction each time. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that sounds interesting to me. Maybe more so than just a reenactment of the Napoleonic Wars. Because, I don't know, I did not get into this, like, historical game design because I wanted to reenact. That's why Master Command doesn't feature many historical battles. The reason that I like this is, like, you get to tell, like, essentially Master of Command is an 18th century war generator. It doesn't even really play out like the 7 Years' War. It kind of just plays out differently every time. Like, how many times have you guys launched an invasion of England? You kind of do whatever you want. And that's what I enjoy about the theme of the game. And that's kind of what I would be looking for in a way. And then if you stopped it right before the Napoleonic Wars, you'd have a very natural DLC into the Napoleonic Wars, for example, or a mod that does it. So that kind of sounds interesting to me. That you can, like, the game could stop. Like, you know what's neat about this chart I was drawing, where you don't launch the game where the player could be king. The whole idea of being the king or being in charge could come with maybe a Napoleonic expansion. And so now you're the emperor in the Napoleonic Wars and building up to that. But you just start the game with, like, this basic officer to lord fantasy in, like, the 1770s as, like, a Cornwallis or a Washington. And then this is where it just goes crazy, and you could build off that game for like 5 or 10 years or something. I don't know. So yeah, just spitballing. I like the idea of being your own general and rising up the ranks. I do like the idea of a revolutionary game where the campaign set in the Montreal campaign with a what if. I love the road thing. Troops move faster. That's great. Keep in mind. Yeah, roads in this will make troops move faster. Napoleonic Wars appeal to a global audience. Revolutionary doesn't have the same appeal. Yeah, I agree. David, and that is why I would not just set it in America. I think it'd have like North America and Europe. I think that would be nice to have both continents. I think regardless of what we do for the next game, it'd be nice to have 2 continents, so you have American appeal and European appeal. Is there anything else I want to add to this map? Probably clutter. So this, and what else would I add? Bushes. Get a brush. That's good. Yeah, I can add tents. I did forget about that. You're right. I have to add 20 tents on each side of the spawn areas. And I'm just adding all this loose clutter here and there. So like if you zoom down now, you can see like little bushes and stuff. And then we could add our tents, yeah. And then I have to do more texture painting. But let's see where I usually like to put the tents where the large deployment zones are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Let's do here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There we go. So the 2 armies are kind of encamped there. What is the idea with the Holy Roman Unit tree? Dino, if you rewind to the very start of the stream, we actually went over all of that. So go to the very start of it, and we actually did a mini dive into the unit tree and the army compositions. All right, now I'm going to do the texture painting. So let's grab a brush. I need to make this brush stronger, don't I? There we go. So we're kind of breaking up that terrain here. I may even make this stronger. But you can see it's just kind of like getting rid of the repetitive pattern in some areas. And we're going to layer on a few more brushes on top of this. So we don't want it to be so repetitive. And we may have to go over it several times because the current texture we're using as a baseline texture is very repetitive. So we may just go over everything several times until we get something that looks a little better. Did you guys intentionally take it inspired by the gameplay loop of Battle Brothers? Yeah, I mean, I think we borrowed from a lot of places, honestly. But Battle Brothers, I think the like low-level pitch of the game was like Battle Brothers and Total War. The funny thing is the busts that are in the game that look similar to Battle Brothers have been a staple of my YouTube channel for several years. So I think regardless of had Battle Brothers come out or not, we probably still would have had the same visual style, which is kind of funny. All right, and then we want to do a brighter tone with this brush. So look at that. Now we got these little bright spots. There we go. We can do these bright spots anywhere we want. That just adds a little bit more variety in the terrain. And then we're going to do like dirt spots on top of that. There we go. So see how we're getting some lighter spots. And then we're going to grab our dark terrain and then do it with this now as well. And now look at this. This is my favorite part when you do the dirt, because now all the terrain really starts to come together and all of that pattern repetitiveness, you know, it's still there in the background, but it's just so much better than leaving it the way it was, just having all this little patchiness. Sometimes I like to let the brush sit there for a while and have some really dark spots to show that the grass is like completely dead. And then other times I'll just wiggle the mouse real quickly and just get a little bit here and there. And then we can tone down the brush size and even do some more focused patches. Right? And then what I like to do is I like to grab a circular brush and I like to go inside the forests and then do that. Just add a little bit of brown like this just to break it up a little bit. But yeah, this map I think would be good to tag as forest only. So this means you're never going to see this map unless you happen to fight a battle in a forest and get lucky and get it selected. Which maybe will remove some of the variety. Do you guys lean on maps being more focused on the terrain, but maybe a little less variety? Or do you prefer maps not necessarily making as much sense depending on where you're fighting on the map, but you're just getting more variety? Because I've sort of started to lean toward more focused maps where like this would only appear in a forest battle to make it unique to that. But it does mean a little bit less variety. But it would make more sense because I feel like if you fought in a forest and you didn't get this map and you got a big plains map, maybe you'd be... I mean, I could do both. I could tag it as plains and forest. So you could get it in either case, but I'm not sure where you guys prefer. Something I'll do, by the way, just for fun, is make like a little path. And I like to just do this sometimes. Like a little desire path to church. It's just fun doing that sometimes. There. And then I think the map is, yeah, the texture's broken up massively. I think that's got a lot of tactical, you know, you can form up along the river, you can hold the forest, you can fight for the town, you can fall back to this area, you've got hills to flank, you can, if you spawn up here, you can hold this river. It's a little bit of a glitch with the shadow there. And now I think we're ready to do the terrain zones. And then this map is done. I like making maps across 2 separate days because this was very easy for me to make, but it's because I set up all the foundation for it yesterday. If I had done all this in one day, I'd probably get burnt out. Considering most of my battles end on a road or next to a town, I'm definitely in favor of more variety, even if it doesn't make sense. I don't think I've ever fought in a forest. That's fair. I'm sort of dreading this, but I kind of want to go back through all my maps and re-tag all of them. But I know that's going to take a really long time. And by tag them, I mean, like, determine which terrain they're applicable for. Maybe a compromise would be that you guys could go through it with me, and we can go through all the deployment areas and determine if we should add or subtract any tags to see if you guys want certain maps to appear more often or less often. Would you guys want to do that, or does that sound really boring? Because I'm probably going to finish this map pretty soon, and I'll work on the next thing to do. But if we did do that and reviewed all the tags, we could probably see if we want to make any other maps that you guys rarely see probably appear a little bit more often. And maybe maps that are appearing too often, we could try to dial them back a bit, but I'm not sure. And yeah, my goal is that every month I finish 6 new maps. That's been my goal. So I've got 2 done for November, so I'm definitely a little bit behind. Maybe 4 is probably more realistic. This way I'm doing 1 map a week. And that'll add up, because there's only 12 maps in the game you guys are playing with. So if I'm adding 4 per week, by percentage, that's adding a lot more variety. Or if I'm doing 4 per month, I mean, did I say 4 per week? But yeah, 4 per month is probably a doable thing to just do for the foreseeable future. At least for like, I could do 4 per month for like 2 quarters. So 6 months of that, I don't mind. Because it's like 2 days of work. And it's only a couple hours each day. So it's not a huge deal. And it definitely adds more to the game, because there's nothing worse than fighting on the same battlefield over and over and over again. And you're just doing the same strategy. And I should probably look into procedural maps for the next game, for the battles, but it's also nice to have something handcrafted at times, too. I like games that do both, where like they have handcrafted prefabs, but then they spawn in random ways. I think like games like Helldivers will do that. And I think that's probably a good way to do it, because at least you get some handcrafted touch to the random generation. Is this the editor for Master of Command? It is, and we will make this public eventually for a Steam Workshop. So yeah, maybe I won't need to do 4 maps per month, because maybe other people are going to go and make better maps than me. Would you ever make a map based off a real location? Probably not, because it takes me maybe 2 times as long to do historical maps. I've done some. Like all the Rise of Frederick maps are historical. And people don't even notice. So it's basically slowing it down massively for very little gain. And I think at the end of the day, something I was saying before is this game is not a historical reenactment game. I think it's a game where you get to tell your own story as a commander. Which sounds cliche, I guess, but like, you're not playing as... You're not like reenacting at all. You're not playing... Like Ultimate General, for better or for worse, whether you like it for that reason or don't like it for that reason or however you feel about it, the identity of that game is recreating historical battles and seeing if you could do better in the general's shoes. And that's like the theme of that game. But that's not at all the theme I've wanted with this. Like, I don't really want to recreate historical battles. I want the player to have their own dynamic fights that are completely unique to them. And they get to see, with their improvisational skills... Like, I don't like that you recognize the battlefield. You've seen it before. You know it. You've studied it. And then you can just fight it and win it with hindsight. I want you to, like, go onto a battlefield, survey the land as a general would that has never seen it before or has never fought there before. And I think there's something kind of fun about that. And that doesn't make it a better game to do it that way. But it's a different feeling. And that's a feeling that I want to try to evoke with my game. So that's just, I guess, my opinion on that. That's all. And that's why when we were talking about the next project, like, I'm not as in favor of Napoleonic Um, just joined to check the beginning of the stream. The HRE is a pure chaos nation, capable of extreme highs and lows. A cool idea. Yeah, I'm excited for that. But yeah, I'm less in favor of doing like a Napoleonic game a little bit because it's a big reenactment, and I don't know if that's what I want to do. But I know that what I want to do is different than what players will want, and I shouldn't just make stuff that I want. I should make stuff as well that other players are going to want too. So, yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling that if I were to advertise, I think people would be very much more in favor of a Napoleonic game. So that's a tough thing to consider at the moment. The other thing is, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but maybe we shouldn't jump into such a big project for the next game, and maybe it'd be smarter to pick one small war to focus around and to just hone in on making our battle system better and not do much to the campaign. But in that way, maybe the development time is short. Maybe it's only a year and a half. And we just get the battle system to be like fully 3D, beautiful looking, and the battles are smoother, but then the campaign's not much more extended or expanded upon. Maybe that's a better idea. So I'm still trying to consider that too. I'm still trying to consider, like, do we just want to hone in on making the battle system up to par? And when people compare you to Total War, things like that, like actually get a product that could actually be compared. But I don't know. But the other part of me thinks like maybe it doesn't need that much more. Maybe just getting the battles a bit better and making a more open-ended campaign is more fun, and focusing on the mechanics and the gameplay can be a better strategy in some cases than just focusing on graphics. But if we were to try to make the graphics as good as Napoleon Total War, for example, we essentially wouldn't be able to really do anything else with the campaign than you already have now, and we would just focus on graphics at that point, which could be nice, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. It's a difficult thing. But if you really wanted like really good battles, a really good battle system with better graphics and better mechanics, then the campaign would really not be able to have that much of an overhaul, I'd say. So that's kind of a difficult decision, I think. But above all as well, I don't want to do anything that's extremely niche. So I know you guys are interested in niche historical wars, and so am I. Like Italian unification or the War of the Triple Alliance. But if you built a whole game around that, no one's buying that. And you got to make sure you're making something that a large amount of people are interested in. It doesn't have to be super large. It doesn't have to have a huge amount of mass appeal. Like this game was not built for mass appeal. But if you're interested in European history loosely in the 1700s, then you'd be interested in this game. But if the whole game is based around South America, like I don't know if I would even play that game at that point. So I think you'd have to make sure that it's still got appeal. It's just a balance you've got to strike. The best thing you can do is make good enough modding tools that somebody could achieve those little niche wars and make them fun within the engine. Yeah, Total War Britannia tried that, just super zoomed in. It didn't do that well. I think people like feeling like there's a big open world, an open living world, and they care a little less about the details of what particular war it is. They just want to feel like when you boot up Empire Total War, I still love that feeling where you're not reenacting any particular war, but the game is open for whatever you want to do. That's something that I really enjoy. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we take a little foray in the American Civil War and just get the battle graphics up. And the nations are very simple because it's just two nations with very basic uniforms. And we just get the graphics and the combat like feeling really good. And maybe test out some early open world concepts with just a small area. Or you could do that in the American Revolution as well. And then the next game after that, you really open things up to that bigger idea about being a lord and having a huge continental scale map and like really zooming out. So yeah, I'm not sure. Those are interesting ideas to explore. I would say if we were to do something focused, I think American Civil War or American Revolution would probably be a good experimental ground to try out mechanics and make improvements without committing to something too large, I guess. I don't know. This part of the map creation is so fucking tedious. The game starting over a large time span, like starting with muskets and ending with percussion rifles. I would like to do that, but I don't think it's time. I think you have to pace everything really well, and I don't think it's time to do it. I think that's going to be in my back pocket to revisit the Victorian period where you go from muskets to machine guns, essentially. And I think that's got to remain in my back pocket for a little while. Yeah, it's like the Photoshop lasso, yeah. The lasso tool. Did you ever play Battle Brothers? I played a lot of Battle Brothers. I did my research. I played Battle Brothers, Mountain Blade, all the Total War games, a shit ton of roguelike games. I did a bunch. You have to be super generous with the cover because the regiments are so big. But it's kind of annoying because it's like, at that point, why don't I just make this whole farm plot give cover, you know? Instead, I've got a lasso. Everything like this. What am I doing? There. Yeah, this part sucks. Yeah, I think I would be open to doing like a mini game as for the next one that's probably priced around the same amount or even less. Maybe just have the same price. It wouldn't even like go up in scale, you know? And just refine the mechanics a bit. And then you get to do like the big, exciting open world game after that. And maybe that's the way to go. I don't know. Or we hunker down and do... I guess the other option is to do the open world game, but launch it very like simple. Not boring, but just simple. And then build it as a foundational game where you can just keep adding to it. And then you add to it for years. And I guess that's like the two strategies. You could just build very small, like polished experiences and then build up to it. Or actually jump into making the open world game, but start smart and not overdo it. And then if the game is doing well enough, you just add lots of DLC and free updates to just add more and more and more. There's something that does sound kind of appealing to doing that, because the whole community gets to kind of like build out the game with you. Like everybody gets to come up with the ideas and figure out what they like and what they don't like, and you can keep working on it, and it just becomes this big perpetual game that is just like you can just keep building off of. So yeah, the supply wagons are fixed in the next update. The next update you guys are getting, the supply wagons will be fixed. I'm aware of them. We're gonna have a nice big set of patch notes for the next update, so don't worry too much. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we fixed. You just got to be patient. We're definitely responding and reading and making sure we're keeping up with the feedback, and yeah. I feel like you run the risk of with open world turning it into a Total War clone. Yeah, Christian, I don't want to do that. What I think I know is that if I did something open-ended, it wouldn't be the perspective of an omnipotent ruler. I don't want to do that. Like, the thing that I think is part of the identity of this game that I wouldn't want to change is the bond with your troops, the real-time campaign with real-time battles. That's also something that's unique that not a lot of other games do. Usually, like, one of those is turn-based and one is real-time, or vice versa. And that you're a character, you're a person on the map. Those are, I think, the three things. Everything's real-time, so it feels immersive. You have a bond with the men you're going with. There's a story being told. And that you're a person on the map as well. And then what we expanded out from there could be anything. You know, maybe you could be in charge of a little estate or multiple armies or whatever. But I don't want you to be like an omnipotent ruler or anything. I also don't ever want I do not want the game to ever be turn-based. I don't fucking want to do that for this game. I want the whole game to be so immersive that everything's real. Not that there's anything wrong with turn-based, but there's something that really clicks with me with this, that with Total War, you always have that disconnect. Why even have the disconnect? Why not just make it so everything's always real time? That's what I want. So to me, that is like another foundational part of the game that is really important to keep. I feel like something to really capitalize is friendly armies for the next game. I absolutely agree, Senate. The best thing you can do is like make the player feel like they're in a world where the world moves without their input. In this game, the world only is driven by your input. So if you don't push the HQ, it'll come after you, but then the game is over. The world ends basically if you if you lose that battle. But if the world moves on and you're just sitting there and it's just going past you and the world just keeps moving, that's fun. That to me I love. So I definitely agree. I don't think allied armies is something we'd ever do with this game, because there is such a thing as a foundation for a game, and you don't want to uproot an entire game's foundation. Sometimes you let a game be what the game is, and you can build off of it and add more content to it and refine it, but you do not want to risk damaging the integrity of the game. Like, I've heard people say the whole campaign system should be a big open world thing, but I'm like, okay, then that means redoing the whole game, right? Like, you just want a brand new game within a game. But then if I did that, like, the thing that people bought is not what they have anymore. That's not good. Like, you need some cohesion that the game remains what it is. You shouldn't uproot the whole thing so much. So that's important to me. And it's also for our own sanity. Like, if I'm rebuilding a game, I'm going to charge people for it. I'm not building a sequel into the next game. I'm going to make a separate game. You pay once, and that's the nice thing. If you pay once on a project or a product and it does well, the developers are paid and happy, and then the players get something that's worth their time. But if you keep trying to keep a game alive, you've got to add in DLC and skins and microtransactions and do every little thing you can to just keep milking the players out of it if you want that game to be like a skeleton that you're a corpse that you're just injecting with content and just trying to keep it going. And there's games that do it well, but like not every indie game needs to be a live service game, If every game's a live service game, it's funny to me how many people don't like live service. That's like kind of a bad word, right? Live service isn't something you like, but everyone wants every game they play to be a live service game and to just overhaul itself over and over again. And that, at that point, in order to make that feasible, you need to add in a lot of monetization tactics that let a game earn enough that you can pay the developers to create basically a new game inside of itself. And then no one's happy because the developers are just redoing it over and over again, and the players are getting scammed with all these microtransactions. That's not good. So you don't want to do that. Like, I do like working on a game and adding new updates, making it exciting and keeping it alive, but I also think games should know when it's time to move on and not spend 15 years on one game and just fucking keeping the corpse alive. At some point, a new foundation's kind of nice to build on, and what the players didn't like and what they did like, you can kind of build on that. So, yeah. Yeah, the live service games definitely under-deliver now, promise later. I don't like that at all. I don't like that. What do I want to do? I want to take a look at the playable zones, and we now need to define what is this tagged as. I would say this is a forest map. Maybe this is a river, because look, the whole thing has a river. And it has plenty of hills. So I'd mark it as those four things. I don't really think it's a village, city, or grassland. And so this, again, I would probably say is... This would probably not be a river battle, because both sides are already across the river. So that's more of a thicket and hills and mountains. There's a scam posted in the server. I'll take care of that. Let me see. Is it an off topic? Yeah, there it is. There we go. It didn't delete the message. That's weird. Oh, I guess it wasn't within the last hour. That's annoying. Yeah, it's the same scam every time. Oh well, yeah. Yeah, sorry if I'm not responding to everyone's message. I'm just trying to pay attention to what I'm doing here simultaneously. Would you classify this as a river battle? Probably not, because you're both already on the right side of the river. So I'd say hill and thicket. That's not really, I'd say hill and thicket. That's a river battle. You could say this is river, thicket, hill. That's a river battle. There. This is not a river battle. That's like thicket or hill. This could be over a village, but I've got river maps that are bigger. Or sorry, town maps that are bigger. So we'll do hill, thicket. That one could pass for a river map. Yeah, river, hill, thicket. And this is like, there's a river there and a river there, so I'll classify that as a river as well. Maybe I wouldn't classify this as the thicket, though, because there's not really much forest there. So it's basically just like narrowing down a spawn position based on the tags we assign. And this one will do the thicket as well, and the hill, but no river at all. And I don't want to mark it as anything else. I could mark this one as grassland, because there's not much going on there, just so it spawns more often. Here I wouldn't mark that as grassland. Okay, so that to me is a good amount of tags. And this is map 13, and we are done. Map 13 is finished. So you make one big map and you deploy in different parts of the map for variety. That's right, Rage Dog, yep. It just gets a little bit more out of each map. Now, by the time you get to large battles, you use the whole map. But on small battles, you're in these like more confined random areas on the map. I think I'm done with this. What else did we want to do? I'm going to write some changelog stuff down so you guys know what we're doing. So then we will post an image of our map. Oh, I didn't take a picture. Let's jump back in and take a picture. Big fan of the game. About to try and win my Prussia campaign. Awesome. I actually like the smaller battles than the larger ones because of the cool mechanic. Yeah, I agree. We want to open up map 13. I've never seen the Duelist. I've heard the Duelist is good. Did you guys know the Barry Lyndon edition came out that's in 4K resolution? They like remastered all the footage. It's not AI upscaled or any bullshit like that. It just looks really, really clean. I'll show you guys the trailer if you want real quick. I think it's on YouTube. Hold on. Is it this one?
Innovation in American plastics means reduce.
Gosh, they all died. That's a shame. I think this is the one with 4K. Oh, it's in 1080p, but where's... There's one of these. Yeah, there it is. There we go. That's in 4K. Look at this. Check this out. at this scene right here. Isn't this nuts? Look at this part. Look at the quality on it. It's like, look at the, this looks like a modern 4K camera right there. Like, it looks very real. I love that footage there. Look at this. Look how nice this looks. Isn't that amazing? That's great. Yeah, if you haven't seen the movie already, I would. And gosh, the quality on it is nuts. Yeah, this is great. If you haven't heard of the movie, we based so much of the game's artwork and music on it, so I think you'll like the parallels if you look into it. I have a call I've got to go on in 15 minutes, unfortunately. I guess I could be back, but most of you guys will probably leave. But that's fine. That's okay. We don't need a whole ton of people here. But in about 15 minutes, I'll go on a call. In the meantime, let's take some pictures of our new maps, and we will post them for people. This note about removing corner camping maps should... Yeah, by the way, guys, I went on... how long is a call? Call will probably be about 20 minutes. I could probably put a picture up and say gone for 20 minutes on my thing. I'm just calling my brother. I just haven't spoken to him in a while, and I told him I'd call him today, so I should do that. Yeah, I removed some of these hills in the corners, so you can't camp on them. So any of the hills that are in the very corner of the map or at the very spawn position, I just got rid of them. And also I replaced this hill with marshes, which reduce your accuracy. So if you just camp this spot now, you will just have reduced accuracy there. So you can still do it if you want to, but I think the battles are always more interesting when you're fighting for the center of them. Let's see what else changed here. Defenders. Okay, so campaign changes. Here's something I think you guys will really like. You ready? The Defender's Sortie encounter no longer takes you back to the walls surrounded part of the siege, but instead now take you to the walls breached. This means a sortie doesn't take you back to the beginning of a siege any longer. So I think you guys will probably prefer that, because people said they didn't like that the Defender's Sortie and suddenly the walls are back up and running. So I'll post that picture there. And that was something that we changed. We're also going to say the second HQ that appears after the first one is defeated in Act 3 now has its own delay time. So you get about a month to recover and replenish your troops before facing a secondary headquarters battle. There. That's also a good change. One second. I'm just looking now if there's anything else that I know that I want to list down right now. Oh, there's another one. Fixed a bug where the HQ movement speed wasn't being reset between regions. The HQ gains speed over time so that it always catches the player. The issue is that the speed was being set to... The speed was being increased over time, and in the next region would continue at that high speed instead of resetting back to normal. You may have noticed HQs by Act 3 moving weirdly fast because of this. So that's been fixed. I'm going to do battle changes as well. The player supply wagon was being shattered by enemy fire, seemingly randomly. I don't know how else to describe that. Like, we'll just say, how do I want to describe that? It was being shattered. What would you guys say what was happening? It was being randomly, leading to a lot of frustration. We found it was a bug, and so your supply wagon shouldn't be getting randomly destroyed. Yeah. I won against the headquarters in Act 3, but then another HQ came and it was too much. Yeah, Miro, in our next update, you can see here, look, we actually have the second HQ still showing up, but we're adding a big delay on it, so you have time to repair your army, get the ammo you need, equip the loot, everything that you need. Because I like the idea of the second headquarters, but I thought it was unfair for the player to have to fight it immediately after beating the last one. I thought that really sucked. So we're going to get that fixed for the very next update we're doing. That's in the newest changelogs here. So yeah. I hope that rivers will be patched. They're a realistic obstacle. So the rivers, we don't actually have any major rivers in the map. If you look, they're actually quite small. They're almost like the width of a building. The issue is more so that they don't debuff the unit very much that's going through them. It just slows you down. So something that we're going to do is we are going to make it so rivers drain stamina pretty quickly. So if you see a unit trying to move across a river, they just immediately lose their stamina, and their fighting effectiveness goes down, their speed goes down, they get bogged down, and you can just tear them apart. So this way, if you hold a river and an enemy does try and cross it, which I think is fine if they try to ford these, because a lot of them are just creeks. We don't have major rivers. So if a unit does try to go across it, they're just going to drain a lot of their combat stats and become vulnerable. And I think that's a good compromise, because we currently don't have a system within the foundations of this game that allow for a pathfinding system that blocks movement entirely. We don't have like a mountain terrain or a major river terrain in battle where you just can't move across it. That's something we're going to do in the next game, but this game was not built with that battle mechanic in mind, unfortunately. But we will make rivers just a bit more punishing. Is there going to be a difficulty option where the second HQ attacks instantly still? Probably not, Gamer Boss, but what we will do is we're adding an infinite mode in the next update, the one after this one. And so if a player finds it too easy, they can go to Region 4. And when you play infinite mode, we're going to allow players to stack on additional negative modifiers within each region they take. So you can keep making the game harder in that way if it's not hard enough for you. So yeah. Gen Z, I don't know if that's true about the thing about always wanting to go Grenadiers. I pick Fusiliers all the time, veteran Fusiliers all the time if I want to play into shooting, because Grenadiers have less men and they're worse at shooting. And if I want to play into charging, I'll pick them, but I think there's plenty of times that I do pick veteran Fusiliers. So I don't really know. I'm not sure. Will there be a video about the Reichsarmee tree? Maybe. Maybe I can do an update video about that. Yeah. The A tree will be Bavaria, Saxony, Württemberg, and the Palatinate, as well as the Kreis units. Kreis units are kind of just like generalized Holy Roman troops as well. But yeah, it's all done. Sorry, I'm just going through the changes and just noting down stuff for the changelog. Fixed a bug that let you target enemy units who were blocked using canister shot. This allowed players to fire through multiple enemy units in order to hit a reserve unit like artillery. Now, if the fire is blocked, it can't go through. Now, if the fire is blocked, the damage is applied on the front unit and not the target behind them. Good, good. Sorry, I'm just going through and checking off tasks. Okay, all of these look about right. All the other stuff is very minor right now, and I just have to add more things. You've probably been asked already, but other theaters the 7 years were planned. Maybe not, James, honestly, because we are going to add modding, and I do think people will be able to do that through the modding. But I don't know if we're going to do it, because I just don't know if that's within the scope. Any idea on the next update? I think, Raccoon, we want to probably put it up on Friday on beta for our playtesters, and then they're going to play with it all week, and we're going to fix any problems they have, and then we're going to add finishing touches to it, and then we can put it out on Friday on November 28th, maybe? And that's the call I've got to go on. But maybe we'll put out the update sooner, I don't know, because we have a whole December update we've got to get started on, and we can't be working over Christmas. So it's going to be a little tight, actually. That's why I think this month I'm going to be working ahead on some of the December stuff. I'll probably try to get the units designed. In fact, what I'll say is I'm going to call my brother. I'm going to talk with him for maybe what I'll do is I'll do a 25-minute countdown or timer. This way you know when I'll be back. And when I'm back, we'll go over the unit trees and how we want to extend the vanilla unit trees. Look at this consolidation I did to the Russian one. Look how much better that looks. So we'll go over this and see if we like them. And if we do, we can make them final. And I can start getting them designed this month so that they're ready immediately for implementation for the December update, where we're adding the Reichsarmee with all of the reworked unit trees. And then we're going to get a ton of... we are going to get just a ton of units in the game. You're just going to get so much variety. Atavio, I know that the second HQ timer would be nice to get in. I just don't want to drip feed all of the changes bit by bit. I want everything to come out cohesively, and it would disrupt us to have to make builds that go live. It would not get, like, it's easier for us to make one build that works than making 10 builds that keep going out and have bugs, and we have to keep fixing it, and then something's missing, and we have to rebuild and then rechange it, and it ends up making everything else get delayed. So it's only a couple weeks that you have to wait. I know it's frustrating, but we will have that done before the end of the month, and you don't have to worry about it. Maybe what we could even do is we could take the update and put it on the beta branch for everyone else to be able to play with if they want to try it out first. Maybe that could be a compromise, so that instead of waiting the 3 weeks for it to go on the default branch, in 2 weeks it could go on the beta. But there definitely won't be anything this week because I'm still working on it. We're still implementing it. I still have to test it. And if I put out a broken update, that's going to ruin the game for you, and I don't want to put out broken updates for you guys. That would suck. Yeah, I will see you guys soon. I'm going to give you guys the timer, and I'll be right back. If you want to leave, you can leave, but otherwise you could even set a timer on your phone. You could close out the stream and come back in 25 minutes, and I'll continue. I'll just put this on the full screen and mute, and then we'll work on the unit trees, and that'll be pretty fun. So we've got something fun to look forward to when we come back, but otherwise I'll be right back, and I won't end the stream. Oh, I am back. I am back. I went over time by a little bit. I'm so sorry. How do I exit? There we go. I am back. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry I was late. I was going over. I just called my brother because I have not spoken to him since I released the game, and I think it was just nice to catch up with them, and I didn't want to say, you know, goodbye, I've got to do a live stream, so, you know, I just figured I'd give him a call. Okay. Okay. So what I want to go over with you guys is I want to look at the army trees, the unit trees, and I want to see if we like the direction of them. This one's outdated that you're looking at now, so ignore this. But here's what we've got. The first one we have is for Prussia. And my ideas are to give me 1 second, I'm sorry. I just want to write that there. I just wrote in the Discord that I returned from the being AFK, in case anybody wanted to jump back in. You're a bit quiet. How about now? I'm very close to the microphone now. You may just need to turn me up. Okay, so for Prussia, I think the main tree looks pretty good. I don't think we need a veteran fusilier. I don't think we need any more artillery. I think the Fry infantry has a nice little mini progression. I don't think we need a secondary hussar unit. I think this is fine. And I think their cuirassier is fine as well. I don't see any changes we need to this. Here, we give a Freikorps a veteran musketeer option, which I think is very nice. This way your Freikorps don't all turn into grenadiers by the end. I never really like that. Then we give a secondary artillery unit, so they get a standard progression between the two. I think that would be nice. I also want to update these uniforms to the green uniform. I think that'd make them look more unique as well. And then I was thinking of giving them a dragoon arm and giving them a veteran hussar, because the Prussian Freikorps used a lot of Hungarian volunteers and deserters. And I think it would be smart to give them, if the Hungarians have a veteran hussar, maybe the Freikorps can have a veteran hussar. So this way they have that Hungarian influence in their Freikorps tree. It also leans into like their light units being quite good and these light units being good. So I think that'd be nice. The only other thing I can think of is a veteran Freikorps Jaeger, if we really want to play into that light theme. But I don't know if they need one. How do you guys feel about this update for Prussia? And what I typically start with is I want to add, just for context, I want to add at least 4 units to the base roster, but I'm allowed to go a little bit over at +1 or +2, or even a little bit under if we want to at -1 that amount. So that, I think, this would add 1, 2, 3, 4 units. I'm happy with this, right? And they get a new dragoon unit on top of that. Yeah, they'd be getting buffed out massively. I think the Prussian tree is like the best one that's designed, so I don't think this really needs any expansion there. Okay, so we're happy with this. I will note this down. Veteran Jaegers would make Prussia feel a bit too well-rounded. I agree, Alex. And the Freikorps Jaegers are decent enough, so I'm happy with that. So this is, I'm going to give it the stamp of approve. There, of approval. Stamped. Done. Well, this is tentatively approved. I still have to put it through my developers, and we'll look at it, and I might make tweaks. But in terms of like planning it out, I'm happy with this. Okay. So here's our next one. This is the Austrian tree. There we are. And so what we have for them. This one's a little bit interesting. I don't know. This one's a bit interesting. So we've got the Grenzer line, which I don't really know what to change. They didn't have anything more to their cavalry besides Grenzer Hussars, so that's kind of it as it is. We could add a veteran Grenzer Fusilier, but that essentially is just the sharpshooter, right? The sharpshooter is like the improved version of the Grenzer Fusilier. So I don't really think we need that. And then a Grenzer Grenadier is like a hybrid, where it's like a shooting Grenadier unit. So I think this is fine how it is. Maybe I could be convinced to merge this in with the Hungarian tree. But it is kind of nice as Austria that it feels like you're managing 3 separate entities between your Croatian Balkan troops, your Hungarians, and your main troops. So I think I like the design. They do feel a little shallow, like this feels a little small. But I think this is good. And Argathor, we did discuss as a group in the main Discord, I agree that the Grenzers should be more well-rounded, as in they get decent melee stats and shooting, but not an expert at either. And the new Austrian Jaegers can be focused on shooting, with Austrian veteran Jaegers who are very weak in melee, like 0 melee, but have much better shooting. So if you don't like micromanaging, you can play Grenzer, but if you do want to micromanage for high results, you could play Jaegers. So I think that would be good. So this gets us over to the Hungarian tree. I'm jumping the gun a little bit. I think for Hungary, just adding in a veteran veteran Fusilier is nice. Again, I know that most people will play meta and build into a Grenadier because these guys are good at melee, but I just like having the option. Like, what if you don't want to go down to only 1,000 manpower or 1,200 or whatever it is? Like, if you want to maintain 400 manpower, 1,400, and still have decent shooting and melee stats, then I want the player to have that as an option. So, yeah. And then we get to the main tree. And then I've added in like a better Jaeger focus because these guys are so overshadowed by the Grenzers. So this gives you more of a reason to pick them because you have something to develop into. And Austria was known for light infantry. The other thing I like is that Prussia gets these like lifeguard units and veteran grenadiers, but they don't have any option. Their line infantry is very basic. And as we see when we get to the other trees, other countries are now going to start getting lifeguards, but Austria will not. And that's historically accurate, but it also gives them some kind of weakness in an otherwise very well-rounded faction, from what I've found to be with Austria. So anyways, this should give them a nice option there. And then on the right, what I was thinking of doing is taking that Dutch artillery and splitting it off and then having Netherlandish units. And what I thought too is that we can model the 2 types of Netherlandish units, which could be really cool, because check this out. With Austria had a Freikorps, just like Prussia did. And in fact, if Austria didn't have the Grenzers, I would probably give them a Freikorps tree. Because look, they have all these mercenary troops, and a German Freikorps, and a Netherlandish Freikorps. So they had all of this Freikorps, which is actually a lot. But we don't have enough room, and I think giving them a 4th unit tree would probably be a bit too much. So what I'm thinking is that what we can do is take these Netherlandish Freikorps and then go to the Netherlandish main troops that they fielded. So check these out. Look, Netherlandish infantry. And what do you guys notice is the difference? The Netherlandish Freikorps looks like this. The Netherlandish infantry looks like this. Okay, so what you could do is you can create kind of a upgrade system where you go from the white coats that are plain, and then you can upgrade into like the nice like yellow coats. And that gives some Freikorps representation, plus the Netherlandish Fusilier representation, which I know that's not exactly historically accurate, but at least it contains that entire branch of troops within the Crownland and represents them. So I think that even if it's not 100% historically accurate, it at least makes a better stride to representing these units that are currently just not in the game at all. Now, again, the one thing I'll reiterate is we are technically allowed to include more than just 4 units. So with this, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could do more. We could break these off on their own tree, or we could create a separate Freikorps or something. But I think this looks pretty balanced to me. Like the Grenzers look fine. The Hungarians will look better with this unit added, the Fusiliers. And I think adding the Netherlandish branch makes the main tree feel more active and more interesting. And expanding on the Jaegers also helps. And the cavalry certainly doesn't need any progression because they have cuirassiers and horse grenadiers. Like, that seems fine. So what are your guys' thoughts to this? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Do you think there should be more or less? Or how do you feel about this kind of reform here? I think I'm pretty happy with how this came out. It's a great way to boost the replay value of the tree. Yeah. Okay. Approved. There we are. Where's my other approved tree? There it is. Oh, I did it in yellow. There. So these are 2 that are now done. Then we get to the British. This one's interesting because I had to make a lot of compromises to make this work. But if we're willing to go over the 28 unit limit, we don't have to make compromises. We can do whatever we want. So the first thing I did was I added Dragoon Guards, because that's a real unit the British had that we're not even representing. I mean, we have 1 elite unit of the Dragoon Guards, but let's take a look at their army here. So with Britain, we've got Household Cavalry, Life Guards, with Grenadier Guard Cavalry, which one of them is already being represented in the game. And then we have a bunch of Dragoon Guard regiments just under the regular regiment of horse. So these aren't like special. I mean, they're special, but they're not under that renowned section at the top. And so I think by adding those Dragoon Guards, that rounds out the cavalry pretty nicely. I actually don't even think the light Dragoons need an upgrade because these guys are really good at, like, this is the niche of shooting. If you pick that, you're good. You can shoot with these guys. The regular Dragoons, they're good at shooting, but they're just, you know, a little worse at shooting. So at least they upgrade into Dragoon Guards, and now you've got a better melee option, which I do like. Yeah, you guys are saying the real quick, the Jaegers are a bit of a question for you. I do agree. I think it's a tough one because the sharpshooters are meant to be massively into range, but the veteran Jaegers are supposed to be into range as well. But we do have other facets to work within, like we have stamina, we have move speed, we have reload speed, we have melee, and we have charge. And it could be the case that these guys really lack in melee, perhaps even maneuverability, but they could just kind of plant themselves slowly and fire and be very devastating, similar to how we did the Dutch, where the Dutch have all these batteries, but they move slow and fire. And so this could be our slow, powerful tree. And the Grenzers could kind of move around a little bit, get that maneuverability, and they've got a good melee arm so he can defend himself and get out of there. But maybe even that sharpshooter isn't as good of a shot as the veteran Jaeger is. But they're a little bit faster, so they can just get around a little bit. They got more of that flexibility, and they can get charged and they'll be okay. So it just depends. Do you want something that's like high risk, high reward, like plant it in the ground and obliterate things, but if you get caught, you're dead? Or an army of Grenzers where you can kind of blend the role of what it means to have infantry or light infantry and kind of switch them between both. I could even bump up the manpower amount on these guys so they feel kind of like a hybrid, which is what we want. So, yeah. Yeah, we definitely do need to add a description, Cody. The reason I probably hesitated to make a description on launch is because we're still adding units, as you can see, and editing them. But I think with these reforms, they should be in a good enough spot that I can finally start adding in nice descriptions and everything. So, yeah. Okay. Let's continue. So with Britain, I've got the Dragoon Guards. I think this part of the tree is fine. And then with the Highlanders, I would like some Highland Veteran Foot, which again, I know it is absolutely not going to be meta. The meta is going to be to always go Highland Grenadiers because they're good at melee and these guys are good at melee, so you should double down on melee. But for roleplay reasons, sometimes I hold back my Highland Foot because I like the uniform. So I would like to have a option of just keeping them as a foot unit and not have all Grenadiers. I don't like when every game devolves into an army of Grenadiers by the end. So I just want the option, even if it's not meta. It's a single-player game, and I think they can still have some kind of role as a shooting Highland unit. Which, again, I know if you want to play shooting, you should go British Veteran Foot. But at least, you know, I just like the option, so I think it's fine. With this, I don't have any ideas if we want to add any more here. I know someone mentioned Foot Guards. Now, we can take a look. I'll also say this, with with Light, the British had no light infantry. They did not have any light infantry at all. So it is an established weakness of the main British tree that you don't get lights. Now, we can expand on the lights over here. We could even do 2 Jaegers if we wanted to for the subsidy troops. I'm fine with that. But I think historically, they did not have light infantry. So even if I've heard people say, don't do Highland veteran foot, do Highland light infantry. Which, by the way, again, what if I don't want light infantry? I just want my Highlanders. Also, it's not even historically accurate. And also, it makes these guys too well-rounded. Like, give them a weakness. Maybe the British tree is ignored if you want light infantry, and I think that's better. But they did not have light infantry in Europe. In America, they did. There was none to speak of on the continent of Europe beyond the local subsidy Jaegers. So I think that's fine. This is a question, though, whether we want to expand on this section at all and have veteran British Grenadiers and British Foot Guards. That's a question. That is a question if we want to look into that. So let's look. There are 3 regiments of Foot Guards that all dress the same. So we could do Foot Guards if you guys want them. Here's the thing, if we don't want the British Foot Guards to feel overpowered, I would just carry their stats over down here and then weaken the stats a little bit here and then make the upgrade costs of each cheaper, which would just mean a little more busy work, but it just gives you a greater sense of progression as you go down, which is still fun. Because if you condensed everything, you could say, well, why not just take this, and just do 1 upgrade, and that's the most streamlined approach. But obviously that's boring, right? There's some fun to going down the tree. So I would be open to adding in a Foot Guard if we wanted it, and then I would just rebalance the stats to even them all out between that section, I think. So yeah, I don't know how you guys are feeling about that. They could even get a British veteran Grenadier to go with it. It's stronger in campaign if you can upgrade more on the way. Less likelihood of units dying. Yeah, what are your guys' thoughts on adding in some Foot Guards and stuff here? We're definitely going to get to the German. I have a lot to talk about the German side. But what do you think about the Foot Guards? I will get to the Germans though soon. Let's just talk about this. Do you think we should do British veteran Grenadiers or just keep it as Foot Guards there? And just leave it at that. I think just Foot Guards is fine, right? The only thing about it, the only thing that I'm curious about is, let me pause this for a second, and let's jump over to France. I'm going to pause the British. I've reformed this tree pretty massively. I have moved the whole German side under the Volontaries, because the Volontaries were made up of Germans. And so now you can go from Volontaries Fusiliers into the German Fusiliers into veterans, which is a really great flow. And I'm very happy with how all this has come out. That whole wing looks great to me. And then on the right, we can now add a veteran Fusilier for the Irish and a veteran Fusilier for the Swiss, and really round those out so they have a nice progression, which I like that as well. Then the next question is, with the French side of the tree, it's been suggested or requested to add in a French Guard, because the French Guard, which is currently a renowned unit, which I would have to replace, fielded many battalions in the same way that the Prussian Life Guard, these guys fielded many battalions. That's why they aren't a renowned unit, even if they look like a renowned unit. And so it's not a bad idea to give them a French Guard. Which, by the way, if all these nations are getting Guard units, now it makes Austria feel a little less... Right now, I think Austria seems like they're good at everything. So now if Austria is missing their Foot Guard, they're like, oh shit, we've got to make up for it with really good artillery, or focus on the Hungarians and get some veteran hussars in, or get some sharpshooters. They've got to like pull from more of their width to make up for the lack of depth in their Foot Guards. I think that's a fun way to differentiate them. Now, going back to France, we're thinking about adding this French Guard. And then for the Grenadiers, we can add the Royaux Grenadiers, which were a militia grenadier unit raised in France. And then they can upgrade into the French Grenadiers. And now it's kind of a question here of like, do the French get a veteran grenadier, and this is the reason I brought this up. Does the British get a veteran grenadier? And then does everyone get a veteran grenadier? Or is just Prussia the unique faction with the someone just said that as I was saying it. Is it just Prussia that focuses on the veteran grenadier? And so that's something that I'm curious about. That I think maybe I would just advise doing the foot guard, and for France, just do the French guard and not do... In fact, I probably don't even think that... I don't think the French need a grenadier guard because they already have an Irish grenadier and a Swiss grenadier and a German grenadier and a French grenadier. So they have lots of versatile options. They don't need a deep option, I think. Yeah. So, okay, we're all on the same page. That's good. What do you guys think about the French guard, though? Should we add them in, or do we like the French being not having as much depth on the higher end, and they have to get the French guard through the renowned unit? That's another question. And yeah, do you guys like the idea that you can eventually upgrade to it and it's very expensive, or that this is only renowned? Definitely add the British foot guard. I think you guys really like the idea of the British foot guard. I agree. Standard tree. Expensive foot guards. Yeah. I feel like adding them would kind of ruin the uniqueness of the guard, but what would we replace them with? We have a lot of regiments we could replace them with, Kaiser. I have some options. If you add the British guard, we have to add the French guard. Yeah, true. That's true. So I'm open to this. And then Divide gave me a suggestion. And he came up with this. Where we remove the voluntaries entirely, or the voluntaries go through here. Where's the... Oh, he just couldn't fit the cavalry. Okay, that's fine. You add in the voluntaries through the German... Yeah, this is the same thing that we have essentially here, where you go through. So you kept all this pretty much the same, yeah. All you added is that we would do a Grenadiers de France. That's the only thing about this. So this is a community suggestion to do, basically what he's saying is to do the French Guard and then to add a veteran grenadier equivalent, which are called they have a special name, which are, what? The Grenadiers de France. Which maybe we'd call them that instead. But again, this again does remove some of the uniqueness, perhaps, to the Prussians, if you gave them that. But this is the playtesting community is begging for this. And I don't know, Divide, I know you're saying, oh, it's the ancestral unit. They're already in the game. So they numbered 7,500 men. The only thing is they're already in there. So I don't know. I feel like we're diluting things maybe a little bit. They were a full corps. Yeah. How many Grenadiers de France do they have? We could make the old rare French Guard Grenadiers de France. So there are 18 battalions of them. Yeah, I don't know how you're... So Divide feels quite strongly about it, that they had a large core of these Grenadiers of France. So, you know, I don't know. I'm not sure how we feel about giving them that as a standardized unit. It would definitely take away some of the uniqueness of Prussia, that France is just as good as Prussia in that way. But I suppose their stats could be worse to make up for it. Even if it's more historically accurate, I'd say gameplay-wise, it feels better to have more uniqueness to the factions. Yeah, I think you're right. Giving them elite Grenadiers doesn't fit. Yeah, I agree. I think we're all on the same page there. Yeah. Maybe we could remove the French-German Grenadiers to make more room. Well, the thing is, Divide, it's not about the amount of units they have. Like, something that I said is, I actually don't have to adhere to any artificial unit cap. We could have 100 units in each roster if we wanted to. I don't mind that. We could have as many as we want to, right? The real question is, like, what do you do to make each faction kind of feel unique? And, I don't know. Like, I would say the question here is, like, do you want the French Guard or do you want the Grenadiers de France? I think maybe adding both does dilute the... It does dilute things where France has good artillery, France has good auxiliaries, France has good grenadiers, France has good guards, France has good light infantry, France has good light cavalry, and France has good heavy cavalry. And then at that point, grenadiers would make more sense than the guards. Yeah, I'm okay to pick one or the other. I think maybe doing both dilutes some of the uniqueness, though. That's my personal opinion. I think that, here's what I would say. I think that France should get one unique one, and that Britain can get one unique one. So my opinion would be that we do the British Foot Guard or the British Veteran Grenadiers, and then the French Guard or the Grenadiers de France. That's my opinion. And this way you still retain uniqueness. Now the question is, which unit just seems more fun to play with? French Guards or the Grenadiers de France? And then British Foot Guards versus British Veteran Grenadiers. And I think most people agree on the British Foot Guards are more fun, right? So I can add in here British Foot Guards. I think Britain should get the Guards and France should get the Grenadiers. Yeah, that's a tough one. I know, Divide, you feel quite strongly about that. The Grenadier de France were more numerous than the French Guard. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And France is more of a melee faction, so you know, we could go that direction instead. I'm not opposed to doing that. And this way France would have a lot of Grenadier focus. Yeah, France was just an overall powerhouse, that is right. But for gameplay reasons, you do want to make something that's still unique. The French Guard really went into action with most of them being kept in the coast. Yeah, they didn't really go into action. I agree. I think the French Guard should remain a renowned unit because it looks cool as hell, and it was a unit that never really saw combat, sort of like the Preobrazhensky Lifeguards, but the Grenadiers of France seemed like a standardized French unit. Yeah. Kevin, I do agree with your suggestion about Iron Man. I will be changing that soon. I agree. I'm 100% with you. Okay, yeah, I think everybody is aligned here. And my final thing is we could just rename the... Oh, no, I like it like this. Yeah, we could do Grenadiers de France. Why no Swiss Guard Grenadiers? They have Swiss Grenadiers. I think you can rename these Swiss Guard Grenadiers. The units are malleable enough that you can really create anything you want, so long as the uniform is about the same. And the Swiss Guard is pretty much the same uniform as the Swiss Grenadier, so I think that's okay. I think Prussia's lacking in the cavalry variety. Yeah, I did add a new cavalry unit, Zach, that I think will be really cool, which are the veteran hussars for the Freikorps and Freikorps dragoons. So you're getting 2 new cav units. And I think that'll be very nice for Prussia. So we're happy with this, right? And again, it's technically possible we could add the French Guard right next to them, but it probably just gives France a little too much depth. This tree is huge anyways, and I think there should be a sacrifice that's made that you have to work to get that renowned unit and bring them in. And we could also make the Grenadiers of France somewhat of an expensive update or upgrade, and their stats don't have to be that much better, so. The big question is the upgrade path between the German and the Fusilier. I'm pretty happy with this. I like the way that this goes. Yeah, I think, are you guys happy with this? Should we mark it approved? I'm going to make it approved. What do we do with the Grenadiers of France as a renowned unit? I can find another use for them easily. I can find another renowned unit. There's so many options, really. I could theoretically come up with 20 renowned units of faction. I'm just not going to do that. So I'll mark this approved. Okay, approved. So we're happy with these. Now let's go back to Britain. They get Foot Guards, Highland Foot, and Dragoons. So this British tree looks a lot more decked out. I'm happy with that. I'm sorry for being late, but what's the reason for adding 4 more units to each faction? It's roughly 4. It doesn't have to be exactly 4. I'm just padding out the factions to cover some weak spots at the moment. Why are we making Fusiliers into the voluntaries? I don't think it's weird because these are like volunteer Fusiliers, and then these are proper reformed German Fusiliers. I mean, I could rename these to just voluntaries if you wanted me to. Do you think that would make it feel less odd going from Fusilier to Fusilier? It could just be voluntaries, like basic volunteers that then upgrade into Fusiliers, Chasseurs, or Provincial Cav. What do you guys think? Should I eliminate the terminology on Fusilier there and just call them voluntaries? That's not bad, right? I could do that, but I suppose it is a bit weird that voluntaries, Provincial Cavalry, voluntaries, and then what are they? What type of voluntaries are they? But maybe it's not too bad. The reason I used to have Fusiliers here is because I had a voluntary Grenadier, but I didn't really need it, so I got rid of it. I could just do voluntaries, yeah. Just so they sound like volunteers, like a cheaper kind of unit that you can upgrade into. I just think the veteran step for the German tree seems... Oh, let me clarify this for you, Divi Day, and everyone watching. All of these upgrade costs are not accurate. All of the upgrade costs are not accurate. Like, I'm probably going to change a few, rework a few. If a tree got moved, it's going to get changed. If we're adding more steps onto a tree, it's getting changed. Do not look at the upgrade costs at all. I'm going to redo those. I'm not worrying about them right now. I'm just trying to get the new units made, and then I'm going to rework the upgrade costs, so don't worry about that. Why does cavalry seem dumber than the demo version? I don't know, Ivan. I'll look into it though. It's on a roadmap to improve the AI. I don't make the AI, so I can't tell you. You'll have to ask somebody. You'll have to ask the AI developer. I don't know. So this was the proposal, and then the other thing then. Oh, Thomas told me there's a bug. Or there's a issue with what I wrote. 1 second. Good. Do the new units need new art, or are they going to be kit bashed? They'll be kit bashed. Because a lot of them are fake, right? Like a veteran Fusilier is not a real thing. And look at the foot guard. The foot guard wears the exact same uniform as the regular Fusilier. So I'll probably just like add a little bit of pizzazz to the uniform, and that's about it. What do you guys think I should do with the roses, the Minden roses? Should I keep that on the foot guard or get rid of them? Or should I move the Minden roses down to the foot guard? What do you guys? What do you think should happen to the roses? I'm curious. I'll write a note. The roses should get moved down. Keep them. Move them down. Move them down. The roses should get bumped down to the foot guards, and then find another way to make the veteran Fusiliers unique. I think that works, right? There. Okay, that sounds good. I could keep both of them, but yeah. I think it's a very specific element on the uniform that it'd probably be better to put it on the foot guard so that it's rarer to see, most likely, right? Because having everyone with roses does look a little ridiculous. A little bit. So I think having it just on the guard, make them look like the true like veterans of the whole tree. So I think that probably works, right? And then I don't know how we could distinguish him. He would get the same hat. I wouldn't do the amount of roses that are different because I can't really change that. I don't want to have the artist go in and create a brand new hat asset to create 1 rose versus 2. I think that's a little ridiculous. So Maybe the veteran foot just gets the dual crossbelt, as you can see there, and the regular British foot just gets a single crossbelt. I could even take the regular and give him the like the brown crossbelt that looks a little less fancy like that, and then give this guy the dual white crossbelt that looks a little nicer. And then I don't want to add a feather. I think the feather might be a bit weird. It could be like an oak leaf or something. That they would put that in their hair or in their hat sometimes. So, yeah. Okay. Now let's look at the subsidy recruits. This is where things might get interesting here. This is where we have a lot of room to do stuff. And I don't want to add too many units. I don't want to add too many because I don't want Britain to be special, and it's the only one at this point that's going to get more than 28 units, which is fine, but yeah. It is the most popular faction, I think. The thing that's initially weird, I suppose we can start grabbing some units and start moving them. Hold on. Because I probably want to rework this, I think. We don't have to. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm just moving stuff over. But I just want to look at this from the start and just take a look and just see if I like it. And if we end up rebuilding the exact same tree, if we build the same tree, then it's fine. But let's just see how this comes out. There. What are you guys asking? When's multiplayer? Oh, there's no multiplayer that'll be out for this game. But yeah, we're just going over the unit trees right now. You're allowed to ask questions, but just know I may not answer them. That's all. We have a scammer in the Discord. Gotcha. I'll check. I got you. Done. I fixed it. Could we get 3 or 4 colors on flags? I would do that later on. I don't want to do that right now, though. But it's not a bad idea to eventually add that in. I think it is somewhat needed. All right, guys, this is the new subsidy tree. Yeah, we're not adding anything. No, I think we should take could we have a Q&A at the end of the stream? Maybe. Maybe. We'll see how I'm feeling. I may have to go. I don't know. I've been streaming for a little while and I'm a little tired. We'll just see how things go. Yeah, I don't know what to do here, but okay. Let's do a land milits at the start. Flow it into Hanoverian foot. Flow it into Hanoverian veteran foot. By the way, I'll also say, I know someone's just now coming up with ideas about being able to field a 6th brigade. That'll never happen because the whole game is built around the system of having 5 brigades. We'd have to redo all of the UI. All the UI at the bottom of the screen that barely fits as it is. All the UI in the camp. Everything would just have to be completely overhauled. And the player would end up just getting a giant army that is just so big. At that point, it's like I'd rather have an upgrade that makes my units have more manpower than just have more units, because it eventually becomes a point where it's so overwhelming that, I mean, what limit do you guys want? Do you want 100 units? Do you want 1,000 units? Well, how many units do you want to control? And so I think the number I chose was very deliberate, because above 20, you just stop caring about the units and have no real sense of attachment with them. So I'd rather, if I was to change something, which I probably won't, it would probably be with the manpower of the units that you could make them feel larger and more powerful rather than having just more units on paper, I guess. But yeah, for a future game, if we want to add more units and you don't want to build any sense of attachment to them and you just want to have this huge robot army, if some players want that, which some players will, that could be an option. But for this game, that wasn't the that wasn't the intention with the game, and I think it'd be changing too much. I think what's done is done, and the foundations of the game are the way they are. So, but yeah, you have the Hanoverian Lamellets. We do have Hessian Lamellets that existed, but I don't know if we need them. I think it's fine that the Hessians do that, and that they get a veteran version. In fact, these should be like there. That should be there. That should be here. And then I suppose the Hessian Musketeer should be on the same level as the Hanoverian Foot. I would suppose that makes sense. Right? And then... Plus, I'm sure you guys will probably find mods. You can actually have more units than 20, but it just breaks the UI. So you could do a mod. You could have a mod that does that. Subsidy Lamellets. I could do subsidy Lamellets. The issue is the Prussian or the Hessian Lamellets were blue and Hanoverian Lamellets were red. So they could be red or blue and it'd be random. But then what do you do for the Hanoverian core composition where now they all have red and blue uniforms all mixed in, which I guess could work. So, I don't know. How do you plan on making the Reichsarmee composition unique? It's already done, and I'm pretty happy with how it's coming out. By the way, not everything will be unique. You know, to everyone who wants, I add Spain and Portugal and Hesse and Bavaria and also Germany and Russia and France and all. You can't make all those unique. It's a line warfare game, so at some point, there's only so many ways you can shoot a musket. Everything is eventually going to start bleeding into each other, and that's just naturally something that is unavoidable. So, go with the Hanoverian Foot Guard. There is a Hanoverian Foot Guard, I believe. But yeah, I'm happy with this. And then we have the Brunswickers. I mean, I'm kind of happy for the Brunswick units to... you think the Hanoverian troops should get a white brim tricorn? I don't know if that's historically accurate. Which I guess we could break the historical accuracy for that. But let me see what their tricorn color was. It's gold, 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 gold. Oh, that one's white. Ah, that one was white. White, gold, white. Okay, it is mixed. I could do that. I could do it. And then here we have the subsidy Jaeger that it evolves out of the... I don't like that Brunswick has to turn into Jaegers. Yeah, I agree. I think that is probably a little weird. Technically, the Hessians and the Hanoverians fielded Jaegers, so maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a way. Make the veteran foot have a gold trim. Yeah, I will. That's the idea. But maybe there's a way here where we can space this out a little bit. I know, I'll keep the... Guys, I'll do it. I'll do it. Calm down. The gold trim I'll use for the veterans. The non-gold trim I'll use for the foot. Yes, I know. I get it. I hear you. That will happen. I'm crashing out. Calm down. All right. That looks ugly. Hold on. Let me just make a little floral pattern. There we go. And we can give ourselves a little room. There we are. And maybe what we would do is these guys... Terminator said you're adding new animations. Is that true, or is he adding random stuff? Yeah, there will be some new animations. Just like improved UI animations and also like an idle animation for your soldiers while they're standing around. Because right now they're actually completely still when they're standing. So, That's true if the Brunswickers could do... That'd be cool if they can just go straight into some kind of veteran unit, like a lifeguard. So they don't really do a grenadier versus foot. It's just like a lifeguard unit. That could be neat. How about Hessian Grenadiers and Brunswick foot coming from the fellow subsidy lamellets separate from the... Given the very famous Hanoverian horse, I'd like Hanoverian troops to have some special horse unit. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I could. What's up, Kaiser? What are you pinging me for? Why is it called Subsidy Jaeger when it only comes from the Brunswick tree? Because it's actually not specific to the Brunswick one. You guys are writing a lot of stuff at the moment. I'm not able... If I were to answer every single question that you guys are writing, I'm going to be here for 2 hours. So I know... Just give me a little time. Let me put something together if you guys don't mind. And just give me a little time to address your stuff. I know everybody wants their questions answered. Just give me a little time. Let's see here. So yeah, it looks like Brunswick just has standard line infantry, but they have a life regiment here, which is neat. They look cool too. But they have these standard line units, only 3. And then they have a Fusilier. It could be, we could have a life, they could turn into like a life regiment. I think that could be cool. Brunswick Lifeguards, should we do that? And then leave it at that. Like this. And I usually put light infantry on the left. So that would mean Brunswick should go on the right because they're not going to have the light infantry. And the subsidy, what I want to do here is like... Oh, fuck off. This is annoying. Why didn't you limit units you can access for different campaigns? Having access to all forces for all 3 campaigns seems weird. I don't know, Kohler. I don't know. If you don't want to play that way, then just don't play that way. If you don't want access to all the... I don't know. You don't have access to all the units. You can't have a lifeguard in Act 1 unless you sit there and grind it all out. I don't know why I would artificially restrict it from a player that they can't use a certain unit. But that's the whole point of the upgrade costs. And also the unit costs. And also I also set a weight limit for units. So you can't... Look, it's physically impossible for a Prussian lifeguard to appear in Act 1, so you don't have access to the unit. And if you want to try to make the unit, you've got to start at a bare-bones recruit and get there. But I don't know why I would artificially restrict it and say, by virtue of you being in Act 1, you can't access half the unit tree. So I don't know. I don't like restrictions. If you think there's a meta and you always use the same unit, then that's up to you. It's a single-player game. If you want to use the same unit every time and min-max it, sure. I don't do that because I like, when I play, I just role-play and pick units that I think look cool. But I don't care if a unit is meta and, you know, whatever. It's fine. Why not give the ability for the Hanoverian foot to spawn with the gold trim? Kaiser, we've been over this before, man. I'm going to give the gold brim to the Hanoverian veteran foot, and I'm going to give the white brim to the goddamn regular foot. Just leave it. Let me just make this damn tree. I'm losing it right now. Hold on, I got a lot of fucking units in the air. No, I'm not yelling. I promise I'm not. I am half kidding at me being angry right now. I'm not actually angry at anybody. I'm just trying to focus right now, and I've just got all these things in my head. Okay, the lamellets goes down, and then there's lamellets for the... Let me close all this out. My eyes are red right now. I've got a tear coming down. I'm raging. Let's go to Hesse and Hanover. Fuck. All right. We've got militia, the lamellets units, garrison for the Hessians. Like that. Yeah, I'm soy jacking right now hard. Octavio, if you could see me, man, I'm making the biggest soy jack face right now. Yeah, Zach, that's like the silent autistic scream. when I don't know if you ever had like a friend who would like try to tell you a story or something, and I don't know I don't know how to describe that is, but there would be people I would know who would try to tell a story, and they would do that quiet scream when they would tell a story and giving, and I don't, it's always stuck with me, the quiet autistic scream. All right, I have these Hanoverian Lamellitz units. They're already represented in the game. We have the Prussian Lamellitz units, which are not represented, but I don't know if we need them represented, but there are quite a few of them. And they could be subsidy Lamellitz. Griffin, what are you talking about? I don't know how to describe it, Kaiser, but I would just know kids. I don't know. Where they would tell a story and they would try to yell and make it exciting, but they would do this, they would do this like hushed yell, and I just thought it was funny, and I've incorporated it into my own. I don't know how to describe it. It would take me too long. Maybe I'm just talking about myself. Maybe it was me who did it. Maybe it was just me. Yeah, the crowd goes mild, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what I want to do here. I don't know if the Hessians need a Lamellitz. I don't want to start artificially extending the roster for the sake of it. So I'm just trying to find a balance at the moment. Griffin's losing his damn mind. Yeah, I'm losing my mind. I'm losing it, guys. I'm raging. The tree's out of control. I agree, Dave. The tree is out of control, man. And I'm going to start screaming. No, I do agree that a general Lamellitz unit is probably nice to have. Let me see what that would look like as a subsidy Lamellitz. I'm just going to... Give me a little time to cook something up. And I'll see what it looks like. And we'll see how it goes. Like that. And then what if it went like this? And then what if... Look, they have a baby. Like that. Well, listen, here's the issue. I think Hesse didn't have... No, they have Jaegers. Did Hanover have Jaegers? You better have Jaegers, Hanover, or I'm going to lose it. Yeah, they have a Jaeger Corps there. Yeah. So we could make them have a baby. And the Musketeer could become a Jaeger either way, you know? Like that. And then to the right, we have our lifeguards, which would probably need a fit. I don't really have room. Hold on. How do I want to do this? God damn it. Move them over here, I guess. Move these guys over there. And our subsidy baby is in the middle. And then look at the Brunswickers. Now the Brunswick has this nice little line on the right, which would go down like this. I think this makes sense. They're up there. What do I do for... Yeah, the battalion artillery is like right up with all the Fusiliers, right? How about for Prussia? The artillery is in line. The battalion artillery is in line with the Lamellitz. That's fine. In fact, I usually don't even... If it was fully accurate, the Lamellitz would be... Oh, no, they would... If this was fully accurate, the Musketeer would be under that. So they don't have to align perfectly. Basically, what I'm just seeing is, should the Lamellitz align horizontally with a Musketeer? And it doesn't... The answer is it doesn't matter. So look, these Brunswickers can be up here, and it doesn't matter. It makes it look like the Lifeguard are equivalent to the Musketeers, but it doesn't matter, you know. I don't care. I don't care. So yeah, that goes like that. And then we have this. So you go down, you have the Lamellitz. Or you go provincial. What's the gimmick of the Hanoverian troops? The Hanoverians actually have larger manpower than the other units. So if you don't like the low manpower where your units are able to just get destroyed by artillery so much, the Hanoverians have 1,400 men per unit. So they actually get a more substantial size. The Hessians are as small as the British are. Same thing with the Highlanders. So this is your one option for a larger scale unit. Does Brunswick have Jaegers? I don't know if it even really matters if Brunswick has Jaegers, because they wouldn't be able to fit with this new design. They have light troops. They had a Jaeger Corps. They all had Jaeger Corps, it seems. But does that matter, you know? Like, how would you have this, like, stuck in so they all flow to the Jaeger, you know what I mean? So I think it's okay that it just does this, right? Because Brunswick was so small. They were very small. They had, like, 4 regiments in their whole army. So I think for them to have, like, a little baby tree is fine. I think that's all right. How many British do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So we have 30 units here. So they have the biggest tree by far. And the next question is, somebody wanted to add in another cavalry. But, yeah, I don't know. We're up to 30 units, which is 2 more than all the other nations. And now we are getting a little bit... we're getting a little too big for our britches. Let's just say that. Why do I always talk about babies, Noah? I don't know, man. I just always talk about babies. Every time I go on stream, I'm just talking about babies. I talk about how I wish I was a baby, how I dress in a diaper, how I sit in a little, whatever you call a little cradle or whatever. That's all I talk about, Noah. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'm just a big baby. Yeah. You could also customize the Jaeger so they can be whatever faction. Yeah, they are called subsidy Jaeger, so it is technically representative of any German recruited Jaeger that you that you can have. The British are eating good. Yeah, the British are definitely getting the biggest update, aren't they? Could the unit appear twice? I don't know if it needs to, right? I don't know if it needs to. Do you want to appear? Like, is it really necessary that the British are the only nation in the game, because we're so OCD that we need a subsidy Jaeger to appear a second time to crunch in right there so that the Brunswick troops can technically have a Jaeger whose stats are probably going to be identical to the regular subsidy Jaeger. And then now we've got 31 units in the game, including a repeated unit in a unit tree that we don't do for any other tree. So to me, it seems like we're breaking a sort of convention for really no good reason, you know? Like, if you really want a Brunswick-themed Jaeger, you can just go down the Lamelitz tree and then just get a Jaeger, right? And then you can rename them. They're not even called Hessian or Hanoverian Jaeger. They're called subsidy. So subsidy is representative of any of these German units, you know? So I think that's fine. I don't think you guys... Does anybody have a problem with this? I don't think it's that bad. And yeah, let me see if there's any other unit we want. We could add in another cavalry unit, but we're pushing it. You guys are really pushing it now if we do, and I'll take a look to see if we want to add in one more. But you are pushing it. Technically, the Hanoverians had dragoons versus line cavalry, and the Hessians had just regular cavalry, including life dragoons, it seems, which is kind of neat. But yeah, if there was anybody to get another cav unit, it would be a Hanoverian dragoon, which you could theoretically do. You could theoretically do that, and Hanoverian dragoons like this. But yeah, no, it is their weakness. You guys are right. It's their weakness. Why make them better? I agree. They would have 31 units at this point, and everyone else is getting 28. So I feel like we would be definitely overdoing it with that. And the other thing is we just added a cavalry unit with the Dragoon Guards. Which, do you guys agree with that? Are you okay with the Dragoon Guards? It does help represent... There was a pretty sizable British cavalry wing of, as you can see here, Guard Cavalry, Horse Grenadier Cavalry, Royal Horse Guards, and Regiment of Horse Regular Cavalry, and Dragoon Guards, and Dragoons. So I feel like it's not... And Light Dragoons, of course. So I feel like it's not too bad to just give them that one. Yes, Britain disturbs every unit in the game. Noah is such a troll. No, I appreciate the trolling, dude. Yes, Dragoons. Dragoon Guards are awesome. I think the Dragoon Guards are okay, right? We could cut them, and Britain would go down to 29 units to be a little more in line with the other nations, but I don't think it's too bad. Do you guys have any problem that we have? Let me just recount real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Did I count 30? I'll count one more time. I think I counted 30. We have 30. So all the other nations have 28. Britain has 30. Are we overdoing it with Britain? Do we want to make it? Do we want to be OCD and give and cut down Britain, or or are we happy with this? The other thing is, I couldn't even really imagine what other units we should give to the other nations then. Like, if we want to give 2 more to Prussia, I don't even know what I'd give them. You can cut the Dragoon Guards. Yeah, we probably don't need Dragoon Guards. Overdoing it with Britain, yeah. We probably don't need it. I could remove that if we wanted to. What do you guys think? I'll put a poll. I'll let you guys actually vote on it. I'll let you guys vote if you want those Dragoon Guards or not. I think they're already technically a renowned unit. There is a Dragoon Guard renowned unit. I believe there is. I can double check while you guys vote. Oh fuck! The rule of each nation to have a strict number. Kaiser. I don't even need to do that anymore. So I don't mind if some nations have a little bit more and a little bit less. It's fine. I'm okay with that. It's not a multiplayer game. It doesn't need to be like perfectly balanced, But yeah, with Britain, their regimental unlocks. They have the first Dragoon Guards right there, which could still stay, by the way. It not mutually exclusive. But yeah, Britain has a lot of their cavalry units via the renowned, like the Von Rath, the Buckeberg, the Dragoon Guards, and the Royal Horse Guards through the renowned units as well. So they do have that. But, in the same exact way, we have the Grenadiers of France who are going to get moved to an official unit, and we'll have to replace them anyway, so it's okay. If we've already got the Horse Guards, then adding them to the tree. Why not more renowned units? I don't really want to add more renowned units. Right now, at least. That's kind of a separate thing for me. Like, if we added another row, that's kind of a separate update I would do, like, next year. I just don't really want to add in more, because then I'd have to do it for everyone. If I have to do it for everyone, and I have to add 5 for everyone, I've got to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 new renowned units. And, not right now. Later on I can do that, but not right now. I'm just trying to finish this up now, and we're almost at the end of the year, so I'm just trying to, like, make the game nice and neat to leave it for Christmas and have you guys be happy, and then, yeah. But yeah, you guys are happy with the Dragoon Guards, then we'll keep them. Do you guys want to cut the Brunswick Lifeguards and just leave them to be kind of a dead end, or do you like the Lifeguards that they get an option there? What are you guys thinking? Do you think this tree is fine? Are you guys happy with this? I personally am not OCD enough to care that Britain gets 2 extra units more than everyone else. I'm fine with that. They're the most played nation anyway, so I don't really care. Here's the other thing. If I cut the Brunswick entirely, then they are at a perfect 28 for those OCD folks out there. Then you would have no Brunswick, and then Brunswick could just be kind of in the renowned section. But I do think if you had none of this, then, yeah. I don't know. Brunswick tree is kind of pointless without an elite unit to cap it off. I agree. I think these guys are kind of together. If they Keep. That's funny. There's a little debate now. How would you make the Dragoon Guards different from the Dragoons in game? David, one thing you've got to accept, one thing you have to accept is this. If I were to ask you, David, right now, what's the difference between a Highland Foot and a veteran Highland Foot? Historically, nothing. If I were to ask you what's the difference between a British Foot, a British Veteran Foot, a British Foot Guard, pretty much historically, nothing. If I were to ask you what the difference between a Grenzer Fusilier and a Grenzer Sharpshooter is, it's not even real. That's pretty much nothing. If I were to ask you what a Grenzer Provincial Cavalry and a Grenzer Hussar is, that's not even a thing. Nothing. If I were to ask you what a Hungarian Hussar and a Hungarian Veteran Hussar is, honestly, nothing. If I were to ask you what a Cheval Leger difference is, really with the role of a Dragoon, technically the Cheval Leger actually got transitioned into the Dragoon, and these were actually eliminated as part of the army. They didn't use them anymore. So in terms of a role, nothing. If I were to ask you what the real difference between a Netherlandish regiment raised from the from Austrian-held modern-day Belgium or Flanders and a regular Austrian Fusilier, what the difference is, absolutely nothing. If I were to ask you what the difference between the Dutch field artillery is historically and a regular field artillery and then a veteran field artillery, even what the uniform difference is, it's nothing. It's all made up. This we can do this to almost every unit in the game, I promise. So if we were to ask what the difference between a Dragoon Guard is and a Dragoon, nothing. It's just there so that the player has something. It's a real organization. It's a real unit. But in terms of a battlefield role, there's not much of a difference. So all you would do in game is give them plus 5% morale and plus 5, melee. Just something small. You could do a small difference. So in terms of a gameplay role, it gives the player something nice to work down. They get to go 1, 2, 3, and that's a fun feeling to upgrade down the unit tree. In terms of historical accuracy, we could cut half the units in the game. I guarantee you we could cut half of them. But it really is just gamification purely. Which is by the way, when I'm saying all this, this is not I promise I'm not yelling at you. I hope you didn't think I was yelling at you about that. It's just funny you mentioned that. Genuinely half these units are they don't even need to necessarily be there. They're all just there for the variety. So yeah. And that's the fun part of game design. We're not making a exact simulator. We're just making something fun to play. So, okay. I'll ask about, do we cut the Brunswickers? Yes, perfect 28 unit roster. Or no, keep the lovely Brunswickers. There's your question. If we want to keep this little thorn in the British subsidy side as a little added variety, or if you want to get rid of them and just keep it clean between the Hessian and Hanoverian tree. I'll let you guys kind of decide what you want. I think everyone will want to keep Brunswick, yeah. I suppose the one issue that I'll argue with you guys on, I will argue on this, is that the Lifeguard upgrade, there was one unit of them in real life, and normally, whenever there's one unit, when something is one of a kind, we typically reserve it for a renowned unit. So, if they didn't really have many of these, there is a bit of an inaccuracy in what that is, if we were to really look at what the Brunswick army is, it'd be more of a renowned unit, but we have no more room for renowned units. I mean, technically what we could do, here's an idea. Hold on. I could get rid of the Dragoon Guards because we're making them an official unit. And then we could replace this with the Brunswick Lifeguard. You know what I mean? And then if we do that and this is gone, then I don't know what the little Brunswicker does, We could move him over to the renowned unit. And then we could cut him. And then we have our perfect 28. I could call them veteran musketeers. You're right. We could keep them. We could keep them and call them Brunswick veteran musketeers. They could be kept that way. Sure. But yeah, what are you guys thinking about that? Perhaps remove as a tech tree unit and reintegrate in renowned. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Quad. But I'll let you guys, we'll do one more poll on this, okay? The Brunswick solution. Do we keep them and do a veteran musketeer upgrade? Or do you remove and make them renowned in Valhalla? And I have no bias here. I genuinely would be okay with either solution. I'm actually, by the way, for anybody who's going to be OCD about it, I'm probably going to take the HRE and give them a 30 unit roster, if not more. I might even give them 32 or 34. So do not worry about the amount of units. Everyone says keep him and make him a veteran musketeer upgrade. Okay, we can keep him. We can keep them for now. Worst case scenario is if we find them useless and no one's buying them, I could always cut them. So I'll leave a note. So I'll say veteran Brunswick Musketeers. And then I'll leave a note and say question mark cut this. So I'll just think on it. But otherwise I'm willing to give this my stamp of approval and say approved for Britain. I can come up with something Kaiser for the uniform, I'm sure. Let me grab all my approved designs and put them in my concept art. That's approved. That's approved. That's approved. Who are we missing? We did France too, right? That's approved. And then we have Russia. Uh-oh, I forgot about Russia. God damn it. Well, Russia should be pretty quick. I think you guys will like this. Is there a data collection you have to see the most popular unit? I don't, unfortunately. We do have to do that. But yeah, here's Russia. I have taken the cavalry wing and integrated it into the main army, and taken the artillery wing and integrated that into the main army. And then I want to add Russian lifeguards and Russian veteran grenadiers. And I know that maybe that takes away some uniqueness to Prussia, so maybe we don't need the Russian veteran grenadiers. But you know what? Doesn't Russia feel a little bit lackluster? Wouldn't it be kind of nice? French guards are looking through the window in the rain. Yeah, that the Russians get it and that the French don't. I know. I just don't know. Let's talk about it. Maybe we don't do this. I'm not sure. But Russia feels like it's the least popular nation by far. And we need something to really kind of bring them out a little bit. I know the recruit-only players won't like the deletion of the artillery and cavalry recruits. Yeah, it's whatever. Russia should get one or the other. That's not a bad idea. I wouldn't mind going one or the other. I'm okay with that. I don't mind. It could be unique that Prussia is the only like elite infantry army that gets both options, and that Russia and France only get one or the other. I'm okay with that. But let's pause this for a second. Let's pause that, okay? And let me go down to the other trees. For the observation, I did something very simple with them. I just added battalion artillery into the upgrade to the field artillery. That just pads it out and makes it a little bit nicer of a progression. So I think this is fine. By the way, observation fusiliers are essentially veteran musketeers. That is basically what they are. It's just a more historical name because technically the observation corps got liquidated and turned into fusiliers. So they actually did transition into fusiliers into the main army. So I think this is actually pretty accurate and nice. This is my favorite nice symmetrical change, is that the frontier recruits now get a Cossack cavalry that can turn into Cossack plastons, which are like dismounted light infantry Cossacks that can sprint around really fast, but they're very weak in melee. So you have like a foot Cossack that you can get. So you could do a full just Cossack only run with some infantry and cav, and I really like that. And then for the other side, I'm going to do Panzer Musketeers, which can now branch into the settled Hussars, who were Croatian, or Serbian rather, and Pandor Musketeers were Serbian, and the Pandor Skirmishers are Serbian, and the Pandor Grenadiers are Serbian. So this is a full Serbian tree. And now you can do the settled Hussars, You can do regular skirmishers. So now Russia has 2 light infantry options, which is nice. Or you can create kind of like what the Grenzer Grenadiers have with the hybrid shooting Grenadier, which might have a little bit of overlap with the observation Grenadier. I think these guys will end up having a little bit of overlap over each other, but it's not a huge deal. Like, it just adds variety. If you want to form a Serbian corps, you could now do it. And there is... not everything has to be boiled down to numbers. Some things are just boiled down to the role play, and I think that's good. So, yeah. What's Russia's niche? I think Russia is a massed army that has the highest morale. That's like their theme. If we don't think their morale is high enough, we should boost it. But the idea for Russia is that their troops tend to fight to the death, which I tend to find when I fight them, that they do fight longer than the other nations. But they are kind of a fight to the death sort of nation. And, yeah. Britain's now only the only nation with 1 light infantry. That's not a bad thing, full stop. That's actually a good point that you raise, because I like that there's a limitation there. Not every nation should boil down to into a soup of a mix of every other nation and just be all identical to each other. I think that's kind of lame when that happens. And that's the reason that we're not adding a French guard with the French Grenadiers and a British Guard with British veteran Grenadiers. I think it's the reason we don't add in the same unit for every nation over and over and over again. And that tends to be a good thing. Yeah. I don't really see Russia's morale boost. I could look into that. I could look into the Russian morale. I noted that down. So I can definitely look into that. Oh, my chat closed. 1 second. And let's go back to Russia. Okay, so you guys are happy. Are you guys happy with this Cossack tree and this observation tree? Are we good with that? Then we can get back to the main tree and see if there's anything we want to do with them. I don't know if you have Mountain Blade Bannerlord, but I would love to have a custom flag designer like that game. Yeah, I know of it. I would probably save that for the next game, to be honest, not this one. But yeah, these are fine to me. So really the only question is now above for this here. It's now for this. So, what do we add with this section here? If we have all of this, this will be 28 units total. Can we go over the HRE tree? Hugs, I'm saving that for last because this is the final nation. So I want to approve of this and get it done, and then we can move on to that. I mean, if you guys want me to, here's another option. If you guys want to be dicks to the Russian player, we can add in back the artillery recruits. And then add in back the cavalry recruits. And then they have no good infantry options, and they just have a bunch of more recruit tier units to go down on the sides. But I feel like that is a bit lame. I feel like I would not enjoy that for me. It just kind of pads it out annoyingly. Yeah. Janky army. Yeah, I don't really think that's... I will never play Russia. Yeah. So yeah, the question is, like, what do we do with their roster? Do we add in, technically speaking, this puts us at 26 units, I think. And that's okay. They don't have to have 28. There is no limit or requirement that every nation must have exactly 28 or 30 units. So this puts them at 26. Do you guys like it how it is now, or should they have any other upgrades on their infantry, do you think? A veteran artillery is a good option. That could be possible to do a veteran artillery if we wanted it. I think they already have that, though, Ace Pilot, through the observation. They have like 2 flavors of artillery, which is nice. So I think they already have that variety there that gets you that feeling. But I'm open to that if we wanted to. We could look at the Russian. What about the Mecklenburg Corps? The Mecklenburg Corps didn't even fight. They just got captured immediately and got exiled into France. So they weren't even really part of the war. Which is okay, but they were so minimal that there's not even uniforms on record for them. But yeah, the Russians do have some lifeguards. They have 3 lifeguard regiments, all of whom were stationed in Russia. And they were used on guard duty, and they were not deployed. But it's in the same way that the French Guard were also not deployed. They were on guard duty. So you could make the exact same argument for many units in the game, and that's okay. So it's really just, from a gameplay perspective, what would be fun to have. D-Man, I don't know about grenade launchers. I don't really think that was a thing. And also, that'd be a weapon, not a unit. So... French Guard confirmed. I don't... Do you guys... Divide, what is your opinion from a game design perspective? Tell me, I know you're going to be hounding me on this every week about how there should be a French Guard. And I know you play that faction, but if I add that in, and France suddenly has all these Grenadiers and Fusiliers here, and they have good artillery, and they have all the best Grenadier progression and the best infantry progression and a huge voluntaries progression and light infantry and a good light cavalry wing and a huge heavy cavalry wing, does it feel as though to you that we are just playing favoritism here, in that making France is, you know what I'm like, I don't know. I feel I don't want to keep coming back to it. And I feel like if any nation were to need attention, it would probably be Russia. So I know France is your favorite, but that doesn't mean that France gets all of the best equipment and all the best units, and then we just leave these other nations in a kind of a poor state. So that's my only issue with it. And we already have the Garde Francais, and you can get most of them, or sorry, you can get multiple of them in the game. You can already recruit multiple of the same renowned units if you find them at a town. So yeah, you can already do that. It was a joke. I get it, man. I get it. I'll move on. But yeah, what do you guys think about this infantry department here? I like Russian infantry quality being low, but getting better with veterancy. I like everyone having an elite, but I could have the Cossacks. What about the Russian Jaegers? Russian Jaegers we have as a renowned unit already, so I'm happy with that. I personally would not mind to see Russia get a lifeguard unit and a Russian veteran musketeer, or sorry, grenadier. Thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate it, man. I would not mind Russia getting this because their infantry was like very sturdy, and I like Prussia and Russia being the two like tall, heavy grenadier, imposing kind of nations. France gets it too. Look, they have their own veteran grenadier equivalent. So I don't know. At least this gives Russia something where it's like, hey, our unique thing is we actually have these two options that are decent. So yeah. Here's one other idea. Let me also propose something. What if, like, Russia's thing was that they're focusing on increasing their battalion sizes? You know, like a converged musketeer. So you could, which isn't entirely accurate, but whatever. But, like, maybe you could get up to, like, 1,800 men units through upgrades. Like, you go from, like, 1,200 to 1,400, and you go up to 1,800. And you're just like building them out and you're becoming like a massed army, you know? Like that could be fun, because the thing is with Russia, they just have all these copy and paste units over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And there's not really anything that happens. So I feel like that could be interesting. Historical accuracy be damned. Yeah. The funny thing is, guys, historically, the opposite happened in real life. The opposite happened. It's that the Russians actually started with 3 battalions a regiment. So what would that be? 2,400 guys in a regiment, and they downscaled it, and they reformed their army down to like 2 battalions, which would be like 1,600 or 1,400 later on. Which, again, it is what it is. It's a video game, and that's okay. As long as the units are real. Yeah, as Dwarf is saying, I love the idea, but just don't call them lifeguards. Yeah, that I think probably would be more accurate, if anything, than having lifeguards, so I don't know. To stay with the huge masses, low quality for Russia, how about new basic cheap infantry? Well, the thing is, Russia wasn't known at this time for massed cheap infantry. Did you guys know that Russia, on paper, never lost a battle to Prussia? They won every single battle against Prussia. They had the most sturdy, high morale units. They were basically, like in the Battle of Zorndorf, this is an example, the Prussians just could not break them, no matter what they did in Zorndorf. So the Prussians would just keep pushing and reforming and pushing. And they brought 36,000 men against the Russian 52K, and the Russians lost more. So there is a kind of a horde mentality there if you want to look into like numbers and losses. But it was inconclusive. The Prussians lost 13,000 guys as well. This was like one of the bloodiest battles ever. So the Russians just brought these huge, big, sturdy infantry, and that just wouldn't break. They were just so dreadful to fight against because they just had so many guys and they just could not be beaten down. And they'd push them back, but they just wouldn't ever break. The quote from the battle is that the Russians would die over their guns. Bodies of Russians covered the field row by row. They kissed their cannons while their bodies were cut to pieces by our sabers, but they would still not retreat. It's easier to kill a Russian than to win him over. So they just wouldn't go down. Actually, be a cooler to do a larger army, but downgrade to become stronger. Yeah, that could be another that could be another idea, is that they could start large and then their units get smaller but more elite as they go. So you can kind of stop going down the tree when you want. But I don't know. What do you guys prefer? Do you like the idea of getting the bigger units as Russia over time and fielding a large army? Or the idea of professionalizing and getting smaller over time? I don't mind breaking the historical accuracy a bit because it's just a game and all the units are real. The uniforms are real. At the end of the day, the size of the army you're leading is half the size of what it would be in real life anyways. It's all wrong. You know, if you were to lead a historical force, the player would need 52,000 men, but you can't even field 52k men in our game. So I think it'd probably be more fun to try to get bigger to get to that large army, right? So let's see what that would look like. What would that look like? You could do, let me figure some stuff out. Could you go down any further? Let me rename these. I think musketeers to converge musketeers, and then veteran converge musketeers. Yeah, we could do something like that. Are people going to be upset, though, that there is... Would people be upset that there are no historically converged musketeers? That's kind of not a real thing, but I don't know. Nobody plays Russia who would be upset. Yeah, very good point, Noah. Very good. Very good, sir. Very good. Very good point. All right. Oh, you can do dark mode? No way. I didn't know Wikipedia had a dark mode. Damn. A split veteran branch from the horde branch. Well, you know what? Here's the one thing I'll say. Here's the one thing I'll say, guys. Russia has the observation corps, who have small elite units good at shooting. So if you want this idea that you can professionalize these Russians into a more elite force, you actually have the observation corps to do that. Some of the observation fusiliers are like on par with the British musketeers. So this is the wing of your army that can lean into professionalism. And this is the wing that could lean into massing large numbers. But it's kind of cool because you could have a few elite shooters mixed in with some horde units and now actually play into those, or just lean into one or the other. So I feel like that adds for good variety, right? And it is nice because you could probably represent a Zorndorf style scenario through manpower. Like the fact that they fielded 52,000 men there. It gives you the opportunity to try to field a very large army. Yeah, okay. So let's see how we would name these. We could do, here's the most obvious solution for me would be like a Russian converged musketeers. And then Russian grenadiers. And then Russian veteran grenadiers. And Russian veteran converged musketeers. Or to be Russian converged veteran musketeers. Probably converged because that's their descriptor, is that they're converged, and then veteran always comes at the end. Veteran musketeers. The other idea could be, if we want a more historically accurate name, it could be Russian garrison musketeers, and then Russian musketeers, and then Russian veteran musketeers. And where are their garrison units? Look at all the garrison infantry. So they were kind of like static units. And so the garrison kind of gets outfitted with more men, which actually is thematic, right? Because you get more manpower. So they get upgraded into a field unit, and then that field unit gets even bigger with a veteran unit. I think that's kind of cool. In Russian, these big names turn into gigantic. I guess, Dwarf, that you could also simplify some of my wordage. You could just write, like, Russian garrison Truppen or whatever it would be in Russian. But this is shorter. I think this is good. And then, look, we could go 1,400 with the garrison musketeers. And then maybe 1,500 with the Russian musketeers. And then 1,600 here. Or do you guys prefer... Or do you guys prefer 1,500 there, 1,600 here, and then 1,800 there? What do the French have? The French have 1,600, right? So you'd be smaller than the French, medium as the French, and then bigger than the French. I prefer the more elite it gets smaller. The only thing, Kaiser, is Russia already has that, right? Because Russia has these small 12 or 1,400 man units. So you're basically saying they should have these small elite units and then these small elite units. So then we have two small elite trees. But I feel like that's the same, right? If we didn't have the observation corps, I could see the argument for becoming like smaller and more elite. But I think I like the idea of Russia getting these bigger units so you feel like your army is growing in size over time, not shrinking. Unless you want to play into the observation, in which case you could become small. In fact, you'd even become even smaller if you lean into the Grenadiers, who they only have 1,200 guys a regiment. You guys like the 15, 16, 8, 18, right? I could just see the issue of it being so huge. It's a big morale battle. Bigger units doesn't help as much. Yeah, I don't know. I could go down. It could be 1,400. But it feels, I don't know, give them 1,800 and someone might start playing as Russia. That's how I feel, Lear. That's how I feel, dude. I feel like I wouldn't play as them if they just went back down. Yeah, it does give them personality by having... If I had 1,800 man regiments, that would look pretty cool. So, like, I'll show you what that would look like in-game. Let me show you what this looks like. Here. I'll compare you with both units, and you can tell me what looks cooler. There we go. I think 1400 probably will look better for the garrison units, to be honest, because that's standardized, right? So we could go 1400 there, and then the grenadiers could fall down to 1200, and then the veteran grenadiers could go back up, which is what we do with the Prussians, actually. I'm pretty sure with the Prussians we actually go back up. Look, we go 1200. Oh no, it stays at 1200. Am I wrong? Yes, it stays at 1200. Okay, so we could go. I don't know what we would do there, but let's just see what it would look like in game. So, oh, this is one of my new maps. That's cool. I've never actually been on this one before. I don't know why my hill got messed up. Oh, that's weird. I will go check on that. That's odd. But yeah, let's take a look at the regiments. Yeah, there's the 1800 versus 1600. Not much of a difference. Let's go to epic unit scale and try one more thing. It used to go back up, but you changed it. I did change it because I did feel like the Prussian veteran grenadiers became too good, which I didn't like. Russia's its own thing, though. We can do whatever the hell we want. Why are there 6 units in that brigade? Because it's a debug battle, so I can do whatever I want in it. I don't know why this is messed up. I have to restart Unity. Would it make sense to have smaller elite units? Yes, it does. Would there be a doctrine where you could have more than 5 brigades? I don't think so. Yeah, we could replace the word veteran here. If you guys are hung up on the idea of why does veteran increase in size? You would think veteran would have some exclusivity. We could replace the word veteran with converged. You could just do this, which is kind of a hybrid solution. Converged musketeers and converged grenadiers. Like that. And now maybe it makes sense why the manpower goes up. So we could do it that way. It's still the same wordage, right? But like, that way it makes more sense thematically why we're increasing the unit sizes. Because I think from a gameplay perspective, our goal is to increase the unit size, right? For the Russians, to make them have big units that are more exciting to control. So if that's the goal, then let's do whatever we can do to get there, I would say. And then let me go into debug. And a current Russian musketeer is 1,500 men. So we're seeing, right now in game they're 1,500. We're seeing what they would look like with 1,800. And this would make the Russians more powerful, because right now they're not that impressive, I think. So that would probably be nice. Also could go 1,800 for the garrison, 17 musketeers, 16. But the thing is, Alex, I just want to make it clear for everybody who's listening. I'll repeat it again. The observation units are a small elite force that gets smaller as you go. The theme around their main tree, because they're uninteresting and boring and lame and nobody touches them, the idea is to make them feel larger and epic to play with. If you make them small, and a small elite force, and then the observation are a small elite force, and then the Prussians are a small elite force, and then the British are also a small elite force, you kind of start to muddy everything down to this one thing. So, Yen, I will not change that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to spend the time developing and changing that. That would take like a very long time. I'm sorry that it's not accurate, but we'll fix it in the next game and you can stop asking me about it, but we can't fix it. So it is an inaccuracy that I acknowledge in the animation, but I can't do anything about it at this stage. It'd require me to basically recreate every animation in the game, which would mean that like everything we're doing here, we'd have to delay. I know I'm being defensive about it. I'm sorry I'm being defensive. I'm trying to get this unit tree done, but it would mean that essentially what it would mean is the unit tree would get delayed probably a month because the animator, instead of being able to set up the tree, because Sebastian would be the one setting up this tree and fixing it, he would have to work on redoing all the animations, so it would delay everything, and I think maybe that's something we could look into next year if people are still curious about it. But I think right now it would cause delays that I would rather have the new units personally, so yeah, that's all. Not to be, I didn't mean to be rude about it. I hope I didn't sound rude. But yeah, here are the 1,800 men. So they are quite large. And they kind of form up as like 3 battalions. 1, 2, 3. I think you should go up to 1,800 men and then upgrade to 1,800 veterans. We could do something like that. I think it's kind of neat, though, to have a converged musketeer that looks like 3 blocks of men. I think that's kind of neat compared to this one. Like this way, it looks like you combined multiple musketeer units into one. I would be even curious to go like, I don't know, you could convince me to go 1,400 to make the jump feel large, like you actually combine the 2 units together, and then go down to 1,200 here, so you start weak with the garrison, and then you try to get them up and running as quickly as possible. I think that'd be kind of cool, in my opinion. And this way, the grenadiers are always 200 shorter than these guys. See, these guys could even be 1,600. That'd be nuts. Do multiple rows take more cannon? Yeah, they would take more cannon damage. Yes, they would. Not more damage, but it'd be easier to hit them for sure. I think the Russians would become worse with it growing, but yeah, sure, it's more unique. But you're just a bigger artillery target. The shooting would be no better. The movement would be slower. I mean, I control the movement. If I felt like the movement was too slow, I can make them faster. I can control anything I want to. I could even make their accuracy increase with the size. I can do anything. All of that is stuff that I can decide. But the thing is, if you don't want to... I think what you're saying is like, okay, you don't want to be a bigger artillery target. Here's the 2 things you would do. You would stop at this unit here and not upgrade them. And there you go. Now you're 1,400 men. You're actually a smaller artillery target. A smaller target than you were in the current game where you have 1,500 men. So you're actually improved. And then the second thing you would do is you would buy observation units who are also smaller. So now you never have to worry about it. You get to choose as a player if you want to lean into that or not. But the funny thing is, the irony with what you're saying is, the Russian musketeer is now smaller than it is in the current game with this change. So with the 1,800, that just gives you an option to move up toward if you wanted to take the converged musketeer unit. So I don't know, just interesting. It's an interesting option if you wanted it. Imagine the Irish Grenadiers at 1,000 men crashing into 1,800 men formations. Yeah, that'd be kind of nuts. Yeah, the morale would be pretty crazy with these guys because the morale is based on percentage of casualties suffered. So it would take a while to actually grind these guys down. It'd be tough. They'd be really tough units. The Russian armies would be the late game Russian armies would be large. What's cool is the early game Russian armies would be pretty normal, but they would really start to grow. Do you guys like this 1,200, 1,400, 1,800 progression? I think that sounds pretty nice. Or should it be... Another idea could be a 1,400, 1,600. This would be a more even progression. But, you know, I don't like the even progression. I think... I kind of feel like... the jump should be big to the converged unit, so it feels like you just got a larger unit there. This seems like it'd be an absolute miserable fight against the headquarters battle. Well, you know what, dude? If they're small, shitty units, it's a fun battle to fight against because they're easy. And if they're a big army, then it's not fun to fight against. But if they're a big army, they're fun to play as. And if they're a small army, they're not fun to play as. So it's kind of hard. It is kind of a tough situation. I mean, the position that they're in right now, Quad, is that they have 1,500 men and nobody plays as them. And I'm just trying to find something to give them. I guess I can ask you guys if you like this. I should take a step back and see if you like this direction. Like, do you like this direction of larger converged units? And we could go back. I'll let you guys. I put a poll up if you want to go back to what they were and just go with kind of the veteran style where they can just stay. They can remain like medium size at like 1500, which is still bigger than Prussia, and just focus on better accuracy and melee. Or we can go with the larger style and try to make them feel like a large army. I'm not sure. I'll show you what it would look like as well with the 3 units lined up. The biggest worry with the unit is the high morale will be too difficult in Act 3. I think, Mystic, what we could do, you know what's kind of cool, is if these units only appear in the late game, then we can balance them around the late game. So hear me out on this. Let me just explain before everyone jumps in. My issue with the French is their morale sucks, right? But I gave them 1600 size regiments, so they're pretty big. But they get used in the early game. Even the royal recruits are also used in the early game. And these guys kind of suck, and they become better in the late game because they have a large manpower pool and a lot of items. But you have to make them work for the early game and the late game, which doesn't always happen because early game, they're just quite weak in morale. But I actually don't mind that that's a deficiency with the French, and they make up for it in their auxiliary troops and their cavalry. What you could do, though, is if these guys are really only appearing in a late game player army, because the veterancy cost could be crazy, like 6, and they're only appearing late game in the AI armies, then chances are you're going to have the items to make them good. Therefore, you might go from 50 morale on a Russian musketeer to 40 morale on a converged musketeer, which would be one of the only cases you would lose morale on an upgrade, but what you'd be taking is 400 extra men, and maybe like plus 10 extra melee. So the weight of those numbers is stronger, and maybe plus 5 charge. You just get this big weight of numbers, but the troops are more of a horde that might break easily, and if you don't have the items ready for the upgrade, they're going to be more fragile. But if you bring the items with you, and you have the items and you laid the groundwork, then they can become quite powerful. But it would end up meaning that the player doesn't become too overpowered in the late game, and it also means that the AI doesn't become way overpowered in the late game because the base morale stats don't have to be that high. I think that, to me, would be a good way to make them not feel like a grind at the late game. For the player, it'd be kind of fun if you made the AI feel like they have to grind on you because you have all these great items. That's fun. But to go against a grindy AI opponent wouldn't be fun, especially because they get an extra brigade than you. So I think that's the way I could balance it. Yeah, it could even be that the morale is the same. It could even be that the morale doesn't even get upgraded. I'd have to play test it. But what I could just note here is that morale stays the same, or they go down in morale slightly. I'll just try out and see whatever's more fun. I'll just try it out. But you're getting so many extra guys, and you could probably pick up extra melee and charge stats. I'm down to do the inverse of 1800, 1600, 1400. So the other thing, Bung, I'll just repeat again, you probably weren't here, is that the observation corps is what you're describing. You go from 1400 men down to 1200, and you get smaller and more professional with the observation corps. With the main Russian tree, if we copy that, and then also do 1800, 1600, 1400, and also do that, they're kind of the same thing. And so that's why I wanted Russia to have some kind of unique tree for their main line, that it gives a reason why you would take these troops, and not just the better shots down there. So that's, yeah. Items that increase your manpower. I would love that. I think that would be really cool. That sounds like a really cool idea. It'd make the late game units start getting bigger, and that would be really neat. I'll think about it. I've spoken about it with my developer, but there's weird edge cases with it. There's some edge cases when you upgrade units that it might be awkward with. But that is a cool idea. And it might be overpowered. I don't know. It could be really expensive. But yeah, I don't know. That's a cool idea. Okay, so do you guys... Okay, yeah, let me go test this real quick. Sorry. We said we wanted what? 12, 14, 18? 1200. In fact, actually, let's take a step back. I'm sorry. What do the surf recruits get? We probably want them... What's the size of a surf recruit, you guys think? Like 1400? Because you want them to be kind of a massed unit. They could even be 1500. Is that what they are now? What are they now? They're 1500. I don't see a reason why we change that. Unless we want to do 14. I don't know. Surf should be 1800. That's the thing, though, guys. I think here's the issue. Half of you guys are fighting this idea, and you're like, we should go 1800, 1600, 1400, and 1200. And then half of you think the opposite, and you think we should go 1200, 14, 16, 18. And then what's happening is you guys are mixing the ideas. So now we're going to go 1800, then jump down to 1400, then jump up to 1600, but then jump down to 1200 for an elite unit. And then to me, it's like... And I don't know about you guys, but I just say go one way or the other. I don't really think we should be going back and forth and back and forth. I'd rather just go all in. So that's my thought. What do you think, Kaiser? What are you thinking? Just slowly increment it by 50? I don't know. I think you could probably go up by 100 at a time, not 50. $1,200, $1,200, $1,400, $1,800. I think, full stop, I think that sounds probably pretty decent there. I don't know. The only thing is it feels weird if the surf recruits are smaller than other nations' recruits, you know? You know what I mean? So... So, let me just think. K957, if you play the game in French, it will use the French naming convention. If you play the game in English, it uses an English naming convention. And in English, we tend to put the role of the name first and then the type at the end. So you'd be like a Russian Fusilier or a Voluntaries Fusilier. Like you'd be a volunteer fireman, for example. You don't say a fireman volunteer. You're a volunteer fireman, right? So in French, it's the opposite, but that's why you can play the game in French and then you can play it in English, and you can have those two as separate things. Downgrading in size from the Surf to Garrison seems unappealing if it's the first upgrade. Yeah. I don't think it has to be a steady progression. 15, 15, 18, 18. Well, the thing about it, Bung, is this is a converge unit. So the whole theme of the converge units is this is where they get big. So this is where you go, oh, these are big, right? 14. What do we want to test? I want to test. Sorry, hold on. I just want to see how it looks in game, by the way, just real quick. 12, 1400, 1600. Um, 1800. And we probably don't need a 15, right? So let's just go see how that looks. Is converged some sort of historic or gameplay thing? I'm not familiar with the term. Converged is just a name for things that are put together. Just convert, and armies would use them when they consolidated forces. So for example, there is a historical term called a converged grenadier, and a converged grenadier is when you would take grenadier companies from multiple battalions and converge them together into a combined force. So that's where the historical term comes from. So that's why I was using it. It's not a real type of musketeer, though. It's just something for fun. So this would be 1,200 men, 1,400, 1,600. Then why do musketeers get bigger? It makes more sense in my head to suddenly jump in size when they get converged. I agree. I agree. I think the converge step should feel exciting. I don't think it should feel so incremental that you barely notice it by the time you get there. So like, here, let me write out an idea of what I think. Give me a second. Give me a second. The goal is that these will be 1800. And the goal is here that they would be 16. That's our goal. Now let me take a look at something real quick. What do we do for the French? The French go up to 1400. For the Grenadiers, we want to go 16 there. So you probably want to go 1400 there. And you probably want to go 16 or even 1500 here. Now what do we do with the current Russian Grenadiers? They're 1300. So they could even be what they are now. They could be 1300. This way there's a 300 manpower jump by the time you get up there. So it feels bigger. Make a converged branch instead. That's... Here's the thing, guys. I'm not doing a... When you say add a converged branch, this is the converged branch. There is no new... I'm not doing... What do you want me to do? Let's do a converge... Hey, guys, let's do a converge branch and then a veteran branch, and then we'll do a guard branch. So this will be the new Russian tree. I'm not doing that. So this is what I'm doing. I made the decision. If you don't want to do it, then that's something that you won't like. You don't have to play as Russia, but I think this is something that I'm liking this direction, so it's the direction that I will want to go in. I just want to make that clear just so we don't butt heads on it. This is just what I want to do. So let me just continue here. And then you have your garrison musketeers, which I'd probably say are probably 1,400 men. Now, what do we do with the current surf units? The current surf ones are 1,500. You know, I would be... There's the progression. There's the progression. What does it mean that they're converged? It means if 2 battalions got converged to be consolidated into one. Maybe a converge that has 3,000 men. All right, Mystic, you're getting ahead of yourself there. You're getting ahead of yourself. Yeah, I think this is good because this way the surf recruits are the same size. Here's my issue. Let me just explain. The Prussian recruits and the Austrian recruits have 1,400 men. Therefore, the surf recruits cannot have below 1,400. Otherwise, they'd be smaller than the Prussians. That doesn't make any sense. So they have to be 1,400 minimum. But then you want to probably get them a little bit bigger from garrison musketeers to regulars. And then you want to feel a big jump to get to converge. And converge must be 1,800. It can't be bigger. I don't want to make it bigger. 2,000 is too much. So in my opinion, this is really the only way to go. And by the way, these guys here, yeah, actually, no. 1,600 converged grenadiers is nuts. Just for fun, by the way, I will show you what'd you say, 3,000 looks like? Just for fun, I'll show you what it looks like. Is converging a Russian tree only a mechanic you're thinking? Yeah, this is what I want to do. Wait, so then the Russian musketeers stays the same? They do. Which is perfectly fine. I don't think it's hilarious. I think that's great. They stay completely consistent with how they are, and now there's a new upgrade to become an 1,800 sized massive converged unit. Plus you have a brand new unit that didn't exist before of the converged grenadiers. But at no point did the Russians ever have an 1,800 size unit. So that's a brand new thing for them to experience. Now they're losing out on the veteran musketeer, but that's fine. They're getting something that's very unique in that case, I think. Unless you guys think they should be even bigger than what they are now, we can go higher. They could be 1,600, but at that point, the converge doesn't feel like as big of an upgrade. So I like converge. I want converge to feel like, oh shit, that was really cool. That was a really cool upgrade. It cost all these points. That was really worth it. I'm excited to use this unit. That's what it should feel like. Okay. And then just for fun, we said we'd try out, a 3,000 unit? It's ridiculous. Here you go. Here's your 3,000 unit that you want to see. Fourth converged musketeers is 7k troops. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, here's your 3,000 man regiment. Where is it? All right, here you go. Here's your 3,000 men. The funny thing is, this actually looks pretty good. They're like a huge set of 4 battalions. It's basically like a forced column to fight in. It's funny as hell. It has the same frontage. Let me get rid of the other units, just so they're not clogging this up. There. So this would be your surf recruit at 1,400. Actually, no, we're not using this. Sorry. That would be the surf recruit at 1,400 men. And into the garrison musketeer at 1,400 men. Then goes to the Russian musketeer at 1,500. So you feel like you get a little bit of a manpower increase. I bet you could go 1,600 because it doesn't even feel that much bigger, you know? And then you go converged. All right, you guys are going to think I'm crazy. Let me just, let me try something out. Hold on. Hold on. I'm thinking of something. Give me a sec. Just give me a second. I'm going to keep these guys the same, I think. 14. We go 1,400, 1,600. But they go up by 400 men. So they go 12. What are they? They're at. we could go 2,000. Okay, I just want to see what it would look like. We could see what 2,000 looks like. Okay, and we could lower the morale pretty damn low. So these guys are just a huge fucking block. So we'll I just want to see what it looks like. Just let me just see what it looks like. Okay, that's all. Don't judge it. Just have an open mind. Let me just take a look. What's the progression? 2,000, 1,600, 1,500, 1,400. Get rid of all this. Let's get rid of all the fluff, guys. Okay, let me just load it in. Let me just take a look here. I just want to see if it's worth it. The funny thing is, this would be more appropriate to do for France, not for Russia, but you know what, dude? I think Russia did field large armies in the context of the European theater of the 7 Years' War. Russia did. And even though France had a larger army, that army was spread out across the globe. So the concentration of Russian troops and these large, intimidating armies, it's kind of a cool gimmick to play into. But anyways, that's 1,400. These are the serf recruits they would have, right? Then they'd get the garrison troops at 1,500. So they have a little more oomph, and they're starting to get better morale. Then they get their proper Russian musketeers. So you're going 14, 15, 16. And now you've reached your good size of a Russian musketeer. And then you go converged, and you get 2,000 men like that, which you could fight as like a full 3-battalion block. So that could be quite cool to have. Jeez, look at the column. But what's cool is you could decide to upgrade this if you want to. You guys can actually keep the unit at 1,600 if you want. And the 2,000 might have lower speed and morale. Those things it might suffer in. But it'll probably get increased like melee stats and charge. So you just get more oomph. You get more like way more bodies. But you're just going to be slower and a little... So you probably don't want a whole army of converged musketeers. Maybe you only want a few that can hold the front line and just hold down the enemy and pin them. And then you've got some like regular sized musketeers to move around potentially. I don't know. Yeah. Alex says this is overkill. Do you guys think this is overkill? I'm not married to this, but it does look funny as fuck. So we are on epic scale, by the way. If we're on ultra, which is what I usually play on. Let's see what Ultra would look like. Also, a unit can only get so wide, right? So firepower isn't increasing. That is right. The firepower isn't increasing, but they're just going to stay in the battle longer. So you kill one row of Russians, there's another row of Russians behind them. You know? There. That is 2,000 men on Ultra scale versus 1,600 on Ultra scale. So when you put it like that, it's not as bad. I don't think this looks too bad. Here's a Prussian musketeer by comparison. Oh my gosh. These things would be hefty. Why are you limited in formation width? Because, Terrence, if you didn't, your whole army would just go off the map. And then you could also create one gigantic mega line of a unit. And, it, you know, just for gameplay purposes, it's nice to have uniformity there. And I prefer it like that. And, yeah. We could always increase it later on, but I think it's fine for now. I don't want the frontage to be too gigantic. This does look a little awkward that there's like a little row of dudes in the back, but it kind of actually looks like NCOs and staff that are in the back, which is kind of cool. But yeah, the 2,000 men like this does not look bad to me. This just looks like 2 full battalions. And this looks like 1 battalion with staff, with extra staff in the back. Especially when you compare it like this. What would ultra size be with fire by rank? It only allows the first 3 lines of men to fire anyways. So it wouldn't buff the Russian unit with fire by rank. But yeah, how do you guys feel about... Yeah, Octavio, I considered separating them by side, but it started to look really ugly. So maybe that's something I'd consider in the next game, but I'll show you what it looks like. It actually looks really bad. It kind of just starts looking like a big waffle of dudes. And I don't know. This doesn't look too bad, but the issue is when you start dragging it like this, and then it starts to do that too. Like you start dividing that. It starts to like waffle into all these pieces. And then it looks kind of like that. And I don't know. I couldn't get it to look right, so I think I'd have to wait for the next game to get it to look good in all cases. When you draw a really thin line, it doesn't look bad, but in columns, it does look quite bad. What do you guys think, by the way? How do you guys feel about this potential change here? I guess one thing we didn't do... No, yeah, no, we did everything. So they're getting 400 extra guys. So these should be 1,400 men. I like it like 14, 15, 16, 2,000, yeah. It would be fun to play this as Russia. Playtest? Well, playtesting will happen... By the way, these changes are for next month. So playtesting will happen in 30 days, and then this update will be out in 60 days. So you guys aren't going to see this update for a while. So I'm not even in any rush to playtest it right now, but I do think it's funny. It kind of undercuts the French infantry shtick, but I guess Russia could get something. That's how I feel too. I feel like France has a lot, don't they? France has got a lot of things going for it. They've got Swiss, and they've got the Volontaries, and they've got great heavy cavalry, and they're getting these new Grenadiers of France unit with a triple... They get a triple Grenadier upgrade. It's a lot of stuff they get here, and I feel like they probably don't need a lot more. But people, I think, will probably want to play as Russia as a big horde. And this way, we're not making them seem dumbed down and stupid. They just seem like they're converging and consolidating their units to field a large army, which is a bit more sophisticated and doesn't negatively stereotype the Russians, in my opinion. Especially because they're not going to have bad stats. They're just going to be a little harder to control, probably. The one thing about the French I think we actually made a mistake on is what happens here. Do you upgrade Royal Recruits directly into Royal Grenadiers? Or do we make it so this goes down, that goes there, and then it's like this? This probably makes more sense, right? You probably go, but hold on. Oh, geez. You'd have to go French Fusilier, Royal Grenadier, French Grenadier, Grenadiers of France. I don't know. That seems a little bit nuts. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 is like a good amount to go down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that the same, I guess, of the cav? Yeah, it is the same amount as the cavalry. Is this a bit overkill, do we think? I guess the Royal Grenadiers could be really weak. And then you really have to like invest in them to finally get them down the tree. So it just takes a little longer, maybe. Or do you allow a player to just go straight into Royal Grenadier from the Royal Recruit? Yeah, they're a militia Grenadier. It could be kind of interesting. It could be a unique thing of France where they can just directly upgrade straight into the Royal Grenadier. Which, by the way, a Royal Grenadier actually wore a basic recruit uniform. Like, check this out here. This, I think... Yeah, hold on. I think we know what to do. Watch. Look at the Royal Grenadier uniform. They have a tricorn. They don't even have lapels. So I think they can go from there and then go down there. I think that's cool. Yeah, that does make them unique as well. This is funny as fuck, what we're doing with Russia. I think Russian players are going to be very happy to have everything consolidated into one tree and these mega converge units at the end. That's pretty cool. And then they get a huge expansion on the Cossacks and the Pandors. This looks pretty good to me. Is there anything else we want to add to Russia? Or are we happy with this? Do we want to give them like a veteran artillery? Or are we happy that they have the observation and the regular field artillery? Is there anything else we want to do? They could get a converged... they could get a converged Russian artillery with like 30... Not 30 guns, but like 10 guns on it that are really inaccurate, but just have a huge battery. What about the People's Army achievement? Does that one say you have to play with a lot of recruits? That one still works. Technically, the Garrison Musketeers are going to be recruit tier. So even if you recruit a garrison unit, they actually will count towards the achievement. But yeah, are we happy with this, or do we want like a converged field artillery as well? Can we have a straight Cossacks infantry line without cavalry in the middle? I did think about that, Elias, but... I don't know if we should just break the symmetry here and just give them the Plastons there, right in the middle. I could do it that way, but it seems kind of anticlimactic to just be like, oh, done. I don't know. What do you guys think about the Plastons? Are basically Cossack skirmishers, like scouts. Do you like that they go down the cavalry first and then reform, or? Converge artillery auxiliaries have 12 guns with 25 accuracy. Yeah, just burning through ammo. A complete logistical nightmare. Cossack Plastons were poor Cossacks who couldn't afford horses. Oh, interesting. I don't know. What looks better for gameplay, though? I mean, you could even do... Here's another idea. You could start the Plaston Why come I can't fucking grab this? There it is. You could do like the Plaston into Cossack, into Slobodian or Don. You could do that. So you start off with the Cossacks on foot and then buy them a horse and then upgrade them. Like that. What if the recruits were replaced? I don't mind the recruits there. I like having a little progression. Do you guys like this though? I think this is kind of neat. Light infantry recruits. I don't think I can do that, unfortunately. I think this is fine though. Like Jacob, we could probably accomplish that by making the Plaston upgrade pretty cheap. Like only 2 veterancy or something. Yeah, well, we can definitely change the upgrade levels. It could be 2 veterancy for a Plaston and then 2 veterancy for a Cossack Cav. Don't worry about the veterancy costs. I can compensate for all of those very easily. Okay, we can do this. Slaughtering the upgrade tree, I know, yeah. Why have it if they're a cheap upgrade? They won't have much of a gameplay impact, just a delay on unlocking the cav. Well, what if you don't want to make them cavalry? You could actually keep them. You could keep them as a Plaston and then let them gain veterancy, and then they're a really fast skirmishing unit. In fact, because they're a militia, or sorry, a recruit tier unit, they gain veterancy at 2 times the rate. So you could let them rack up 9 veterancy, spend 2 of it on the upgrade here, you've got 7 veterancy left, and with the 7 veterancy, immediately grab Don Cossack, which would be faster. You could actually do that faster than wasting the veterancy on the cavalry now. So you have options. You could actually hold them back to grind out veterancy as a recruit a little longer. Or just keep them that way. I don't mind that. I think that's fine. Maybe the Plaston, you could get veteran Plastons. We could do veteran Cossack Plastons. I don't know. You could do that. If you guys wanted that, look, you could do this. Would you want that? It's like a veteran Plaston unit. I don't know, is that necessary? Do you guys want that? Or is that adding on anything unnecessary? I don't know. How many new Russian units do we have? It's a bit sad when unique role units end up being intermediate steps. Yeah. What would a veteran Plaston offer over the Pandor? I think the Plastons would focus on speed. And the Pandors are the Pandors are all Serbian. And they wouldn't be as fast. They'd be more like the Grenzers, where they're more into like melee mixed with accuracy. And then Cossacks are just your massive speed and stamina. They can just sprint all over the place. But yeah, I don't want to mix it with the Pandors because Pandors are all Serbian. They're actually all from Serbia, including the settled Hussars are Serbian too. I could do a veteran Plaston just so they have something to go toward. That's fine. And I could also do a converged field artillery as well if we think that would be funny. So they would have a total of what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. They'd have 30 units, which would be the exact same amount as Britain. Britain also has 30 units. So they'd be the same size as the British tree. Which maybe, you know what, if anyone deserves a big tree, it's probably Russia because nobody fucking touches them. So it might make it more interesting. I don't know. I don't think I want to touch the cavalry. I'm pretty happy with where the cavalry's at. You also don't want to make Russia good at everything. You don't want to make them like, oh, converge cavalry and converge artillery. Oh, and converge grenadiers. Oh, and the converge musketeers. And then it just becomes, you know, they're, what are they just, they have big everything. So I don't know. Just, yeah, Russian cavalry's fine. I don't think they're excellent, but they're not bad. The Cossacks are quite good. How do you guys feel about this? Should I mark this off? Is everyone happy with this, or any final comments before I mark it off? Then we have the HRE tree to go over, and then we're done for today. So many 4-tier upgrade options. Lucky they are. I think France is pretty lucky, though, too, because they got a lot of... Look how many upgrades they get as well. I think Britain's got some decent ones. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I guess many countries just go up to 3, right? 1, 2, 3. What do they get? 1? No, they get 3 as well. Everybody has 3. What are you talking about? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think that brings them in line with everybody else anyways. I think it's good. I left 5 comments and you ignored them all. What'd you say, Andre? Do you want to repeat them? I think there's just a lot of people here, so it's hard for me to read everyone's... Oh, I read your comment. I read everybody's comments, but I don't necessarily reply to everything. If I replied to every single comment that's ever been made, it'd be too long. But what you said is give them better melee, and it was their focus. That's what they do have. They actually do have a proficiency in melee already in the game. They smashed the Prussians. Yeah, exactly. Andre, I give them a focus on morale, and now we're giving them more men. So they have high morale, high men. I even said earlier in the stream that Russia never lost a battle to the Prussians. So I'm not picking on you or ignoring you. But I can't respond to everybody. Converged Cossack, Panzer, Grenadier, Artillery, Musketeers of the Guard. Whoa. Last thing before I move on. Do you guys like the idea of the converged artillery? Yes or no? And then we'll move on. That would just be like more guns per battery, but less accuracy, most likely. It's kind of what like France has a bit. I'll do a vote. I'll let you guys vote on it. It seems extra. I don't like it. They'll kick my butt. Okay, we don't have to do it. It's not super needed. Okay. Okay, let's hold off on it then. That's fine. They already get a lot of good stuff here, and they have 29 units now, which is more than the others. So I think they're fine. If it's not a resounding yes, then let's not bother. We don't need to overdo it. Russia already has the observation units, too. Ah, there's more patterns for the HRE. That is cool. These are cool patterns. Oh, is there another row that got added? I think Hesse and Swabian got added? Okay. Yeah, I get you guys. I think I'm happy with this. All right, and now that brings us to the HRE. That brings us to the HRE. So we have Imperial recruits that go down into the land milits, or you could take a provincial into Hussars, Dragoons, and Cuirassiers, which I think these are backwards, because Hussars are always on the left. So I think I just got to move those over. Yep. It's just a little thing. I always organize it with a certain method. And then we have the Lamanites can go down into Palatinate, Württemberg, Bavarian, or Kreis. They have battalion artillery to regular field army. That seems fine. And then the Saxons go to Chevalier, where they get Tartar cavalry, cuirassiers, or veteran Chevalier. I think that's quite cool. If light is on the left, I'd probably move the Tartar to the center, and the cuirassiers would be on the right. And I feel like they shouldn't get cuirassiers right away. I feel like they should not get cuirassiers right away. They should have to upgrade through dragoons, probably, right? Oh, that's interesting. So the Chevalier were pretty much like the dragoons. So maybe that's a unique thing, is that they can kind of skip that step. Yeah, it looks like they skip the step. They just go Chevalier. That's cool. And then go straight to cuirassier. Okay, that's a cool thing. I like that. Raspel, you could use the word like combined, consolidated, reformed, enlarged, expanded, converged, combined. There's a lot of different words you could maybe translate from. Will the artillery get the unique Saxon gun? It is in the game already, yeah. Bolstered or reinforced, those are good ideas too. But yeah, the Saxons get a veteran artillery, so that is something that kind of brings them in line somewhat with Austria, where they get that. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with how this goes. Musketeers goes to veterans or not. That seems fine. Yeah, this side of the tree I'm pretty happy with. I feel like the Reichsarmee could be expanded a bit. I do agree that this could probably be expanded a little bit on. Let's image, canvas. The issue is we were abiding by a restriction of having a certain amount of units in this roster, but we can make it a little larger. I can't answer any questions right now about the HRE playstyle of individual units because they're not designed yet. So, unfortunately, if you ask me any question, I'll have to ignore it. Just a heads up on like their exact playstyle. But yeah, let's bring this. Let's crack some bones here and like bring this out. So, move this to the side. Move that over. Now we've got more room. And I think Kreis represents the other German states, the miscellaneous ones. But let's bring out Bavaria a bit. If Württemberg is going to have a Jaeger option, let's move them to the left. Let's take the Palatinate and move them in the middle. And yeah, Grenadiers always shift to the right. These guys always go there. So we have room. I know I'm butchering the tree, but I don't really care. Let's move the cavalry over. There. Got some Feldjägers as an option for the Württemberg. And let's say Württemberg is known for... I think everybody should have at least 2 options. So let's see here. Add the Hessians. I don't know if I'll add the Hessians. I'll take a look at it. We don't have room though. I mean, if you want me to add Modena and the Palatinate and Württemberg and Mecklenburg and Hesse and Bavaria, I don't have the room for that. So I don't know if I can do what you're asking of me. It's a lot to fit into one tree. It's really hard. So at the Reichsarmee, we have the Austrian district. We have an electoral, a Franconian district. And these are like the Kreis units. So these are like the Kreis regiments that are all sort of combined in. So I think that's fine the way that is. We've got the Bavarian army. And the Bavarian army looks like it's got some cuirassier, a little bit of cavalry, decent amount of line. Curious what their life regiment looks like, but it looks cool. Ah, that one looks cool, the light blue one. They've got a couple light troops, and that's about it. Pretty small force. The Hesse Darmstadt has got a lot of militia, 1 unit of lifeguard, another lifeguard, and then a guard. So it seems like they just have a bunch of guards. But they could probably be in the renowned units, are they not? Hesse Darmstadt, look right there. They're in there. So they are going to be represented through the elite tree. So I can close them out. Mecklenburg has 4 units, and that's it. Yeah, they don't... Are they in the side as well? Or no? No, but it's okay. Maybe give Kreis some Jaegers. They could. They could get a Jaeger option, potentially. And the Modenese army just has a couple line infantry. And I think it's fine. The Palatine army, or Palatine army, has a lot of infantry regiments, so they're pretty big. They've got cavalry. There's their line. They have grenadiers, of course. Württemberg is pretty big as well. They have a lot. I think Württemberg's got these big grenadier battalions. Look at that. Seems like Württemberg's got to get grenadiers, right? If look, they're fielding these big, dedicated grenadier battalions. Then they've got to have that. We gave them Feldjägers, but I don't know if they need Feldjägers. I kind of... Now they have all these Jaegers there, which are cool. No Jaegers on Palatine. Not really on the Bavarians. How about the Reichsarmee? Oh, there's like no light troops. K957, you left the same comment before, and I gave you an entire response. And if you don't want to listen to my response, then I don't know what to tell you. I already responded to you. I don't know why. Do you want me to just repeat myself? If you're repeating, why are you repeating yourself? I also answered your question as soon as you asked it. Did you miss my answer? Because I gave you a whole answer about that. Dwarf says, Griffin, can you share why did you add a new faction? In my opinion, the game is not in dire need of such content. Don't want to offend. You know why? It's because it's really easy to do. To be perfectly honest. It's surprisingly easy. So I kind of just want to get that in. Because I wanted the Reichsarmee for the launch of the game. The biggest thing is, you're fighting across Germany, and there's no German troops. There's no Saxons or Germans. But the whole game is, you're fighting in Germany, right? And so I just want the enemy variety, because you're fighting, when you fight in like Hanover, it's usually just the British, or you fight in Saxony, it's just the Austrians. It allows for more dual armies that you could face, like HRE combined with France, and that sounds fun to fight against. And I also wanted to add a mechanic where you can recruit local troops, and by adding this, if you campaign in Württemberg, you could find Württembergers, and if you campaign in Bavaria, you could find Bavarians, and so on. And if you fight in Saxony, you could find Saxons. That sounds really fun to me. So I wanted to, I just want to get that in, and it's actually quite easy for us to add. It's surprisingly easy. If it was like adding the Cherokee or Iroquois, yeah, no, that's going to take a while to do. But adding in some German troops who have copy and paste uniforms to everyone else, they really had not too much unique about them. It's very easy for us to actually make this. Also, I think the other thing is there's a few of us who can do content and a few of us who can do mechanics, but those are 2 separate teams. So Thomas is working on mechanics, like modding. I'm doing this. But if I wasn't doing this, I don't know what I would do, just make more maps. But I'm already doing that anyways. I just made a map today. So at that point, you know, if I have the time, why not? I feel like it's decent. Local recruitment's an interesting idea. For me, HRE is kind of that shadow faction available to everyone. Yeah, that is kind of what I'm going for. I don't think HRE sounds that fun to play. Besides, like, actually, a couple of their compositions do sound fun to play, admittedly. But they're not as, like, the British are more iconic than the Reichsarmee, you know? So they are definitely, I primarily wanted to include them just to add a lot of auxiliary recruitment throughout the game. Because, like, the Prussians historically conscripted so many Saxons, they formed, like, an entire Saxon brigade or division. So I thought that'd be fun. Anyways, we have Württemberg Feldjägers. What if we give Bavarian sharpshooters? Well, it looks like historically, it looks like the Württemberg units are the only nation that had Jaegers or a significant Jaeger presence. So I like the idea of that's something that's unique to them. We also are already ballooning the roster a little bit large anyways. So they will not be a new playable faction? Oh no, Dwarf, they are definitely a new playable faction. Yes. I'm saying they're both. I'm saying it adds a nice way to have auxiliary recruits. Plus it's a brand new faction you can play as. They get both. And then I think we need Württemberg Grenadiers, because they had a huge amount of these Grenadier regiments. And so your light infantry... There's actually very little light infantry you can get, but you got to go through the Württemberg line to get there. Local recruitment sounds fun, but since you can fight in England or Bohemia, would you be able to get... you would, Alex. I mean, I can define them, so if I don't think players should, I can exempt units. But to me, I think that would be kind of fun, because imagine campaigning in Scotland and recruiting Highlanders, like Highland rebels and shit. So I think it's fine to allow it to be for all nations. I think that's okay. A significant portion of Hungarians, actually, were serving in the Prussian army. So I'm okay. I think as long as it's rare. I think if it's rare, that's fine. Check if the Saxons had Jaegers. Yeah, good question. What did someone else say? Oh, yeah, someone said a condition, a regional condition. When can we expect the HRE to be added? We put out a roadmap, British Royalist. You can check it out on our Steam page, and it'll be in late December. Feels like a Saxon faction with an HRE trench coat. I don't know, Hugs, because I think there's way more. Look at... I don't know about that. You got Württemberg Feldjägers, Württemberg Musketeers, Württemberg Grenadiers, Palatinate Veteran Musketeers, Bavarian Veteran Musketeers, Bavarian Grenadiers, Bavarian Regular Musketeers, Palatinate Musketeers, Württemberg Musketeers, Christ Musketeers, Christ Grenadiers, Christ Veteran Musketeers, a whole cavalry Christ tree, and the Imperial Field Artillery. I don't know. I think the Saxon force seems a little smaller, if anything. The other tree is kind of getting ballooned at the moment. Small body of mostly mounted Jaegers, but it doesn't look like it's a large force. So it looks like light infantry was actually kind of rare. Light dragoons. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with the Saxon tree. But yeah, I don't know if every auxiliary nation needs all the veteran things either. I just want to kind of flesh everything out and then look what we should cut. I think that's a good idea. So let's kind of flesh everything out and then cut what we think is unnecessary. Because then it's going to be too much otherwise. I suppose what we should do... Would you guys rather have 3 German states be represented with only 1 or 2 unit upgrades? Or cut one of these, like the Palatinate, and abstract it under the Kreis, and just pick 2 major German states to have a more fleshed out section for. Quad, I wouldn't make a 3rd separate tree because you need to then create a separate line of recruits and Lamolets, and you're just adding unnecessary units to the roster. Or just making these tiny trees, like a Palatinate dedicated tree would be like 3 units, and then that would be their entire tree. So I feel like it's fine to just consolidate it under the Imperial tree because it contains all the German states. Palatinate becomes part of Bavaria during the war. That's a good question, Britt. If it's true, then I'd rather just expand on Bavaria. Is that true? That's interesting. Make Reichsarmee the new Russia with 5 unit trees. Is that fun, though? Like, the reason I got rid of the 5 unit tree idea is because it just was not fun. Okay, yeah. But yeah, I'm curious. Bavarian rule. No, they became Bavarian in the Napoleonic Wars. But it looks like the Palatinate had independence here. Let's go check on their... Yeah, looks like they seem like a pretty sizable force on their own. And then Württemberg looks like they played a huge role, to be honest. Looks like they had a lot of units here. Yeah, 17 battalions. Württemberg's got to stay. They're big. And it looks like at the end of the war they stopped participating, but by they were still in the main Reichsarmee, though. Basically, what happened is a lot of these German states split their contributions between the combined Reichsarmee, which are the Kreis units, and then their dedicated troops on their own army. Let's take a look at Bavaria. All regiments were below strength. Remain much below strength. So it looks like they didn't have a huge presence. It seems like these 3 options make sense. The question is, right now we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. We'd have 30 units as it is, and we didn't even have room to add Bavarian Grenadiers or Palatinate veteran musketeers. Now, I do think Württemberg probably needs the Grenadiers and the Feldjägers. I mean, what we could do is we could get rid of their... They could go light or heavy with the Württemberg, and like they only get 2 options. Maybe that'd be disappointing. I don't know. Dwarf, I don't really need any help with that right now. If you're thinking about like gameplay mechanics and stuff, that's a whole separate kind of conversation. And I already have a lot of lists and ideas for that. Right now, I'm just trying to get their flow of their unit tree to work well. Maybe Palatinate can get 2 units, Bavaria gets 2 units, Württemberg gets 2 units, and maybe that's the fairest way to do it. So I know you guys are big fans of Bavaria because they have a cool culture, but historically they just weren't really that involved. So we can't make a whole big tree dedicated to them. I know you guys would rather have like this be the Bavarian tree, but yeah. But we could definitely do like a combined Palatinate Bavarian army fits for me. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. But I think that's built off the that is built off of a misconception based on what the other guy was saying. He thought the 2 states were combined, but they weren't. They had their own independent armies. Bavaria was more of a thing in the Austrian succession. Yeah, agreed. They did not have as much of a presence in this war. It was more about Saxony, for example. But look, you could do something more like that. Like, why would I upgrade Lamolits into one or another? What would be the niche? I wonder, you could, if we needed to consolidate, we could look at a map and see if there's 2 states that are next to each other that could be combined as like a South German Fusilier, but that might be a bit weird, you know? But I don't mind like this design. And Württemberg had so many goddamn Grenadier battalions, I don't mind that that's one of their things that they flow into. And if you want something more themed about Württemberg veterans, you could just go for the Kreis veteran musketeers. Because Württemberg, Palatinate, and Bavaria all contributed to the Kreis contingent. We could give Bavaria, if they're more into shooting, we could give them like a cavalry unit or something instead. We could sneak a cavalry unit into their main thing, but I don't know if their cavalry looks that interesting. It just is plain white cavalry. Yeah. Nah, their cavalry doesn't seem particularly interesting, nor their artillery. Really, they just have this infantry here. Yeah, Bavaria's contributions are very small. I think you guys are overplaying Bavaria, it seems. I know Bavaria seems cooler, but I don't believe they were. We could always drop the intermediary Lamolits. Yeah, I do agree. Does Bavaria even have grenadiers? Yeah, they had grenadiers, but they probably didn't have grenadier battalions. They probably had them just built into the regular regiments, so we could even get rid of them. A 1 grenadier company of 100 guys. There's not much. A grenadier to a converged regiment. So you can see they converged their grenadiers together and formed a battalion there. Might be better to specialize 1 unit per German nation and just assume people will customize the Kreis units to fill the blanks in. That's a good point, Quad. That's a good point. I'm with you there. I know you guys want like more roles, so they're not as copy and paste, but yeah, Bavarian troops did not look as cool in the 7 Years' War until Napoleonic Wars. But no, I'll just repeat for the last time because you guys are still fucking repeating yourself. Bavaria didn't have shit. Bavaria is like this desolate country at this time with like no units. I know it seems disappointing because like in the Napoleonic Wars it'd be cool, but I think the last thing we could do is emphasize Bavarian units. I think I would rather put that emphasis towards other units, to be honest. Unfortunately, I'm with you. I think they do look cool, but by this time they just weren't that interesting, unfortunately. But we could cut the Bavarian Grenadiers and go with the veteran Fusiliers, since it seems like they had no dedicated Grenadier battalions. We'll just do that. And their focus is on shooting and lower numbers, because they could barely get up to strength. The Palatinate seems pretty... I don't know what the Palatinate are about. They could be more melee if we wanted to. They even had a Guard Grenadier regiment, so yeah, the Palatinate's pretty decked out. Formed ad hoc Grenadier battalions. These guys seem pretty good. Elias, Bohemians are in the Austrian army, and Bohemians were formed in regular regiments, as were the rest of the regular crown regiments. These are the German states that were actually semi-independent. Looks like Bavaria did have some decent lifeguard units here. They had 2 lifeguard regiments and then a life regiment there. So it seems like they're more in like the guard, veteran units. And look, the Bavarian artillery is right there. The Curbine musketeers are right there too. Lots of Saxon troops, a Württemberg, a Palatinate. So I think they're kind of fleshed out somewhat there as well. This seems good to me. I think the Palatinate getting these 2 might be good. Yeah, I like the Palatinate getting these 2 options. I also like Württemberg getting these 2 options too. Shooting, small number. We could say Württemberg could be reload because they have Jaegers. It's like reload, agility, which even would help the Grenadiers. And then we could give the Palatinate like melee charge. And then we could give these guys like large size, but poor morale. So they could be just like really big regiments. I think this looks pretty decent to me. I think there's 31. Let me count this again. I think there's 30. No lifeguard or elite unit? I don't think so, Alex. I don't think the Reichsarmee really had elite infantry. But they do have some foot guards and stuff in their renowned units over here. Lots of like grenadiers and some guards. Bavarian should get a lifeguard. No, they shouldn't, dude. You guys are so nuts with your obsession over Bavaria. It's absolutely crazy. I'd be willing to give like the Saxons something better, but I would not be willing to give Bavaria anything. If anything, we cut them down. They just do not. Bavaria's not a big focus. Saxony is a big focus. They did get crushed though, but they are a big focus. Swiss lifeguards, that's cool. Wow, look at them. Holy shit. Did they fight? Ah, palace guards. Damn. They were cool though. We love Bavaria. Yeah, I know. Why not give the Bavarians a lifeguard instead of veteran musketeers? That's an interesting... It's an interesting idea. I could. Because they did have lifeguard, lifeguard, life regiment. So I could give them a lifeguard. Let me see and make sure they fought. Palace guard in the ceremony. Nope. Palace guard at the ceremony. Nope. All right, this one did. The 3rd battalion of this regiment. So 3 battalions, that's not bad. How many battalions did they get? 4 companies, 3 battalions is not bad. That's 3 units of them. Okay, we could do that. And they'd get this cool uniform. That would be cool, because they could actually get the light blue uniform, whereas the regular Bavarians get this dark blue uniform like that. So you could upgrade into that. That'd be a cool upgrade. I think that sounds decent. Do you guys like that idea? Do you want to go with that? Even the Saxons don't have as many life. They have this one lifeguard unit, but how many? I think we already include it, but how many battalions are there in this? 2 battalions, I'm seeing. 3. Reformed with 3. But then reduced back down to 2. Yeah, they have the Life Grenadier Guards. Guards of Fuss. Oh my god, look at the face on this guy. What the hell? The lips. A good compromise for the Bavarian fanboys, yeah. I wouldn't mind giving the Saxons a lifeguard. How many battalions? 3 battalions. And what do we give them now? We give them Carabinier Guard, Foot Guards. So their Foot Guards are there already. Grenadier Guards. I think the Grenadier Guard should stay. Maybe we just do Foot Guards down there. Saxon Foot Guards. And then Bavarian Foot Guards, and then they have 1 in each tree. And if we do Bavarian Foot Guards, they're not going to be very strong. They're going to be like phony Foot Guards. Bavarian Lifeguard is a special unit. We could do that too. Like the curb iron musketeers could get replaced by them. Then again, though, just because something was called Lifeguard doesn't mean it was good. Like curb iron, I'm sure Oberst, who put this tree together, this concept, picked them because of their historical significance. There, this is the one that's part of serving as part of the Reichsarmee. There. And they probably had good service during the war, I bet. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm going to put a question mark there. But yeah, I think generally I'm happy with this. I will head out now, guys. I'm a little tired. I gotta walk my dog as well. So I'm not gonna write approved over this because I'm gonna get feedback from the playtesters first and some researchers. And then I will see you later. Thank you for joining me. This was a very nice stream. and take care, guys.